Hello, this is Benjamin Fulford, 2025. It's Halloween, which is really the Celtic New Year, and we are actually entering an age where it might become the actual New Year again, because we're dealing with the end of a project that's been going on for thousands of years, and it could, end up with even the calendars being changed. But getting to the news, of course, the big thing on my radar was U.S. President Donald Trump visiting Japan and then going to Korea to meet the Chinese President Xi Jinping. Now, the first, let's talk about his visit to Japan. Basically, a good analogy is like he went to a Japanese hostess bar. When you go to a Japanese hostess bar, you sit around on the table with beautiful women who pour you drinks and flatter you. But then at the end of the evening, when you want to go home, you can't take any of them with you, and you get a big bill. And they say, next time, please come again, and maybe you get lucky, but your credit's maxed out, so bring cash. That's the summary of what happened in Japan. The only thing he came out with was a promise to plant 250 cherry trees in Washington, D.C. Now, the meeting in China was in South Korea with Xi Jinping was a little bit more substantive. We actually had someone on the ground there, but basically all that happened was China agreed to postpone the cutoff of rare earth minerals and buy some soybeans and give the U.S. a year to make adjustments. So they used the metaphor of a big ship turning around. You can't just, eliminate $1 trillion trade deficit instantly with tariffs. It requires structural changes. But the structural changes that are required cannot be done with the U.S. government as it currently exists. And people need to understand that the collapse of the U.S. government means the end of a project that has been going on at least for several hundred years. The people who were in charge of the West basically had a long-term plan which involved destroying Russia and turning it into several, maybe 10 or so vassal states, then going and attacking China and dividing China into 5 warring states. And after that, they were going to set up a world government with its capital in Jerusalem, ruled by members of a single tribe who wanted to enslave the rest of humanity. And this project is grinding to a halt. They failed to destroy Russia. In fact, they lost in Ukraine. As you can see from this clip where the Russian flag is now flying where Vladimir Zelensky was bragging it would never fall. That war is basically over. Now, the Satanists who rule the United States still want to start another war. They're desperately trying to start a war with Venezuela. It's not working. They are being wound down, but clearly a civil war is still happening in the United States. Tulsi Gabbard, Director of National Intelligence, wanted to find out if a foreign government, and of course everyone knows that's Israel, and Kash Patel, who's married to an Israeli agent, tried to put the kibosh on that. So there's still a fight within the U.S. military-industrial complex against those who still want this project for Israel. And this wasn't about Jews or anything. This was about this plan of Albert Pike's to start a war between Muslims and Christians, and then at the end there would be the world rule under Lucifer or Satan. This whole project is coming to an end. That's what we're dealing with. Now, the other thing that people need to understand about the United States is that the government is bankrupt, and U.S. military paychecks are not being paid, and food stamps will not be paid. And this is actually a good thing, because we don't want the current U.S. military to continue the way it is. It's not functional. For example, when Donald Trump came to Japan, he went on board the USS Washington, the aircraft carrier. Well, what happened to the Vincent Carl, whatever it was, that was sent to Yemen? I guess it never went back. They lost 3 aircraft carriers because they are obsolete. They are expensive white elephants with no military value, and a real military would instantly scrap them and turn them into drones and stuff. But so, we need much more fundamental change than business as usual. And our group is proposing, an Anglo-Saxon takeover of Canada and the United States to build a new capital somewhere in the central North America, which would no longer be a Zionist slave state, but actually working on behalf of the people. And if we don't do that, no matter what we try, China's going to keep out-competing us. They just announced their 5-year plan, and if you read the details, their government is trying to make things better for the people, the average people. That's what the most intelligent people in that country do. They figure, where do we all want to be 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 15 years from now? How do we get there? And what do we have in the West? We have a bunch of control of the major corporations who are impoverishing the people, and have been since the 1970s, to finance their project to turn Jerusalem into a world capital for Satanists. And this has nothing to do with the Jews, okay? These people aren't Jews, let's get that clear. But they are Satanists, and there's a battle still going on. There's about 1 million of them in the United States, and they're fighting tooth and nail for control. And we have to fight them. Listen to Candace Owens talk about Charlie Kirk here.
Allow me to be very explicit, okay? I want war with all of you, okay? All of you. And there's a reason. I'm going to get to that reason in a little bit, but I want war with all of you. So write your articles, issue your statements, email the White House, reach out for comment, okay? Say whatever it is you want to say about me. I want war with all of you. Because I know this isn't right. And there is no way you are going to convince me and the rest of the world that all of this is normal. We're not just going to keep on going and jump into a succession plan. We're going to figure out what the hell happened on September 10th first.
That's the sentiment that is held by many people in the military and the agents. We have her back. We're not going to let them murder their way out of this one. We really do need a fundamental change. And people need to understand that when the Soviet Union fell, okay, this didn't mean the end of Russia, okay? The Soviet Union was a plan to create a world communist empire, and it fell. But now the Russian people are back to their Christian roots. They're richer and stronger than ever before. The same thing is going to happen to the United States. They're going to be liberated from Babylonian debt slavery, and they're going to start, once again, to have a government that actually works for the people and represents the people, not a group of Satanists. This is what we're fighting for. This is why we need to keep this fight going. And there will be turbulence as the old system collapses, but it's going to be a very good thing because there will be a jubilee. Americans will be freed from debt slavery, and all the money that was stolen from them from central bank fraud will be returned. And once again, the West will be able to outcompete or at least rival China on an equal basis, which is the end game. So hang in there, folks. It's going to be a rough ride, but humanity will be liberated, and this Zionist nightmare is going to end. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself this week. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers. Oh, wait, one more thing. Take a look at this clip of Xi Jinping and Donald Trump. We've confirmed that Xi Jinping is about 5'9" by looking at a picture of him standing next to Boris Johnson. So what we have here is what I've been told by my CIA source who was at the meeting, that there was a white hat avatar of Donald Trump who probably met an avatar of Xi Jinping. But nonetheless, they both represent U.S. government power. But the point is that the white hats are on the case, and hang in there, folks, because we are going to win this. Okay, now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. It says, I just heard that Anna von Reitz was summoned to the World Court to do a presentation at The Hague about the existence for the fake U.S. corporate government and how she has been the sole fiduciary of the lawful and solvent American government. What do you know about this, and is it real, and is it a true step to coming back to American governments?
I've talked to Anna von Reitz before, and I agree with a lot of what she says. And I know that she has some powerful military backing, and I support her work. We do need to end the fraudulent slave system that we currently have. Basically, right now, when someone is born in North America, they're issued a slave identification number or a social security number, and a bond backed by that person's lifetime of slave labor is issued. And it's what's called a birth certificate. So this is we are slaves, and her work will help liberate us from this slavery. And I wish her the best. Next question.
Hi, Ben. With the revelation of China buying so much land around our military bases, is it possible they're doing this to protect themselves? Are they really buying the lands to encroach upon our national security? Or are they trying to protect themselves against us, as we've been revealed as having so many adverse activities around the world? Thank you for your opinion on this.
I don't have inside information, but my best guess is what's been happening is that the people who control the military-industrial complex, in order to keep getting money from China, have been selling anything and everything they can. They've sold them all the face recognition technology that the Chinese are now using. They're selling them intelligence on American people. And it wouldn't surprise me if they sold them land around U.S. military bases, as a way to keep their own show going. But I know I've studied China for, 40 years. I've lived in Asia for about the same amount of time. And I know that what they're looking for is not conquest, but some sort of intermarriage. So I wouldn't worry too much about it. But definitely the U.S. military should make sure that there's no Chinese military around their bases in North America. That's just common sense. Next question.
Hi, Ben. How can there be a jubilee for debt without removing all of the deep state criminals when every country carries out forensic audits and exposes the fraud and corruption, removing all the crooks and cheating people? Only then a reset can take place. No point rewarding deep state criminals with a reset. Otherwise, wouldn't they be able to just climb back up to where they are currently?
I actually agree completely with that. We need war crimes tribunals, and every politician who's been blackmailed, which is basically what we have to do in order to become a leader in the West in these days, needs to be removed, and they need to face war crimes tribunals. There's no other way around this. We can't just have a jubilee and then put the same people in charge. Although some may be, able to go through truth and reconciliation, depending on the circumstances, because, a lot of talented people are needed and were dragged reluctantly into this blackmail network. So I don't think we want to get all of them, but we certainly want to get the main bad actors and make sure they're never in a position of control over corporations or governments or our money supply ever again. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Is Hurricane Melissa that is supposed to obliterate Jamaica a weather warfare weapon? And if so, why target Jamaica?
Well, I have to look into that, but my initial assessment is that this is yet another use of weather warfare for real estate redevelopment. Basically, they wanted to get all those black people out of their slums in Jamaica so they could build some kind of, resort. This sort of thing has to be stopped. So we'll find out when we see who's planning to redevelop after that and where the money's coming from. But I'm pretty sure the trail will lead to Black Rock, Vanguard, and State Street. And the U.S. military needs to nationalize those ASAP and remove people like Larry Fink from control over our corporations and places like Google and Amazon and everything else. They need to be removed from control of corporations, and they need to have that weather warfare capability taken away from them, and that may mean we have to send troops to Antarctica. Next question.
Evan, we have our last question for today. It's been a long time since the last World War. Do you think with all of the global events occurring recently that we are due for another one?
Well, we're actually in the middle of a world war. I noticed that they just blew up a oil facility in Hungary because they're buying oil from Russia, and they blew up a big oil facility in California. There's sabotage going on in places like Mali where they're fighting over gold, and it's not a world war like we saw in the past because it involves information, it involves assassinations, it involves special forces, but it's happening all over the world, places like Afghanistan and Pakistan, or you name it. So we are in the middle of World War, but I'm pretty sure that they're not going to the military at the highest level have agreed, that means the Russians, the Chinese, the Americans, they're not going to allow a nuclear Armageddon, and we're not going to see like World War II, like millions of troops on the ground facing each other. The closest we got to that was Ukraine, and that's pretty well over now. So I think the hybrid World War III that we are in now is coming to an end. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself this week, and I hope to see you again next week.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. Just had a show with Juan O'Savin, and the show that I did yesterday with Leo Zagami. Between those two shows, you should see the one with Leo first and then this one with Juan. Basically, we're exposing deep state activities going back throughout history. And very, very interesting, very mind-blowing, all of this. The way Juan tied it all together into, religious circles and so forth. And, how it basically that exposure, I think, is going to bring the whole that system down. All right. And also we talked about how in Utah they have a class action suit that's going against the current governor, and it's could be something that the entire country will use to basically take down all of the deep state, illegal voting activities. So very, very amazing things going on. We're going to talk about some of that. The latest is that top Trump officials are moving onto military bases. Stephen Miller, Marco Rubio, Kristi Noem, and others have taken over homes that until recently housed senior officers. So, of course, being on a military base, they're going to get the benefit of the security of a military base. And, that's no one's going to be able to just walk in there and accost them. So former White House advisor Katie Miller, Stephen Miller's wife, mother of 3 young children. And so she walked out of her front door Thursday morning last month and was confronted by a woman she did not know. And the woman told her, "I'm watching you." This was the day after Charlie Kirk's assassination. It also wasn't anything new because they've all had that before, as many of us have, unfortunately. All right. So from that, so what they're going to do is they're going to put a lot of these people in a protective custody, right? So that will move in and off military bases. On those military bases, of course, we have the military security forces that will protect them and so forth. And of course, they're protecting the bases, but they'll be on the protected base. So very, very important, I think, going forward to make sure that, we don't start to lose because the leftists are out of control, completely out of control. They want a war. They want to start a war. They want another civil war. It's not going to happen, but they're going to push it, and they're going to continue to try and assassinate the figures. Now, my thoughts are that Charlie Kirk was not assassinated, but they probably did planned to assassinate him, and then they discovered that, and then built it out like he was being assassinated. All right, so same thing with President Trump and the people that planned all that have already been, for the most part, have been pulled in and have been taken care of. Now, another thing that's happening is that the federal government and the Pentagon is readying thousands of Guard reaction forces as U.S. mission widens. Pentagon has ordered thousands of specialized National Guard personnel to complete civil unrest mission training over the next several months. I hope they've gotten a lot of these guys trained up already, because I don't think we have several months to go. All right, so maybe they're just releasing this stuff just to get everybody to get a feel for, what's coming. The Defense Department's newly established QRF, Quick Reaction Force, within the National Guard must be trained, equipped with riot control gear, and ready for deployment by January 1st, according to internal documents reviewed by the Washington Post. The 200 guards will be drawn from National Guard personnel whose primary focus is responding to disasters like nuclear accidents and terrorist attacks, documents said. All right, so they're supposed to have fully operational for civil unrest by April 1st, April Fool's Day, right? The total size of the force will be 23,500 troops across all 50 states and 3 territories, excluding the District of Columbia, D.C. The documents say most states will supply 500 personnel for the reaction force, with the rest falling between 250 and 450. So they'll be specifically trained. Now, you've probably seen a lot of these riots out there in Portland. They're not protests, they're basically rioters. And you've also seen them, of course, in Chicago and LA. Now, where they're at, you'll see on the building tops now, people with what looks like spotters and so forth. Those are snipers, right? So snipers, some of them armed with, paintball guns, but some of them have real guns, right? Sniper scopes and so forth. That's going to be an issue going forward. And I think some of these quick reaction forces are going to be trained in that. They'll be trained in, taking down rioters, how to deal with them. You have to set up basically a shield wall while someone is, taken from the crowd that is a real threat. Maybe that has thrown stuff or has maybe assaulted one of the federal officers or so forth. They'll be taken down, they'll be cuffed. And while they're doing that, as you guys have been seeing probably, there's basically a phalanx of people that surround them and keep them safe while they're trussing somebody up and hauling them away. So that's part of the training those guys will be going through. Probably more specific training will, some of those guys and gals will be how to take people from vehicles, because we've seen vehicles try to come in and assault people with vehicles. We've seen some of that. So some of those vehicles could be stopped, and then the people in those vehicles removed and then arrested and so forth. You'll probably see same thing in some buildings where people could start firing from buildings, and then you'll have a QRF basically will assault the building, take the building down. They'll if that happens where there's live fire coming from buildings or from building tops and so forth, you'll have the National Guard trained to actually react with real weapons. Right. So this is coming. This is probably something that's already been readied for to a great extent. I think if it really got out of control, that the military, the regular military that are trained like special forces and so forth would actually get involved. So that's what we're going to see going forward. So some of the National Guard, which is easier for the president to basically, push out the National Guard forces and so forth. But for regular, thank you. But for regular military, it's a little bit different unless there's a national emergency, which Juan said that might be called soon, a national emergency. So what would cause a national emergency to be called? All right, think about the SNAP program. So the SNAP program doesn't look like it's going to get funded. So you're going to have a lot of people have already said that they're going to like get their food. They're going to steal it from stores, steal it from people, hold people up, take their money from them when they go to the ATMs and so forth. If they don't pass anything after tomorrow, guys, I would highly recommend that you don't go shopping this weekend, right? And you don't go out and go to the ATM. Don't blow this off, all right? Don't be a wise guy and think Mike doesn't know what he's talking about, right? I absolutely know what I'm talking about because I've been in combat zones quite a bit, guys. We could very, very easily see combat zones in our cities very soon after this SNAP program, if it doesn't go through. I would be surprised if it doesn't, but it could be another one of those things that the Trump administration is willing to let this go through so that people can see just how evil and corrupt the Democrat Party is. It needs to go away, and this could be one of those things. Of course, they're already trying to spin it like it's the Republicans' fault, although the Republicans have been trying over and over again to pass some kind of bill to just target the funding for the SNAP program. So the Democrats are like, no, we get everything we want, or we don't want anything for anyone. So another thing they may be looking at is the National Guard not being funded as well. We saw that hurricane that went across the very east tip of Jamaica. It almost like it was targeting Guantanamo. All right, so they evacuated Guantanamo. Probably kept a few. I'm sure they kept some personnel there. You always do, but for the most part, they evacuated. Now, what are they trying to do? The deep state are they? Because they know, and probably some people have already gone to Guantanamo and trials and so forth. Are they trying to destroy Guantanamo? Who knows? But whatever. Maybe it's just a little, Juan talked about it too in our show. Maybe it's just a poke at the people that are doing that, because they know that it's coming for them. So they're gonna put up resistance, wherever they can. One of the resistances is for the Democrat Party, which is basically their puppets. The complete Democrat Party is a puppet of the deep state, and they're gonna continue to resist at all cost, supplying money for the federal government so they can pay the military and the National Guard and the SNAP program, so that they, in the eyes of the Democrats and those people that are consciously compromised, will believe it's the Republicans' fault, right? Because they should have just let the Democrats have whatever they wanted, right? And fund whatever they want, transgender operations, whatever, whenever, as long as we get our food, it doesn't matter. All right, so that's one of the things that's going to be, probably used by the Democrats until at some point when the Democrats are finally gone. It won't be a problem anymore. Until that time, we're going to continue to see this stuff. All right. So Maryland Democrat indicted on extortion charges for allegedly putting hidden cameras out to use maybe an extortion against her opponent. So her political foe, she was concerned about Attar, Attar, Senator, Maryland State Senator, Dahlia Attar, Democrat from Baltimore, has been hit with federal charges of extortion and conspiracy after she allegedly concocted a plan to plant hidden cameras on a political enemy to obtain blackmail. This is also something we're seeing in Utah, and something we're seeing in Hawaii, and something we're also seeing in Oregon, and possibly coming up in Colorado, where these Democrats and rhinos and so forth are being exposed for election fraud and so forth. So it goes on to say, Attar was concerned about a political foe saying negative things about her during her 2022 campaign for the House of Delegates, and planned to use hidden camera footage to expose an affair, according to the Washington Post. The unnamed foe, identified only as victim 1, was a consultant who had worked with Attar in the past. They reportedly had a falling out. However, after working together during an earlier campaign back in 2018, Attar, who was the first Orthodox Jewish woman to serve in the state Senate, wasn't alone in the scheme either. Her brother, Joseph Attar, a real estate developer in Baltimore, was also identified in the indictment, along with Kalman G. Finkelstein, who was the first Orthodox Jewish officer in the Baltimore Police Department since the 1960s, Washington Post reported. Her brother and Finkelstein are charged with 8 counts related to extortion and wiretapping. So the indictment outlined how the defendants allegedly sought to plant hidden cameras and a smoke detector within an apartment that the former consultant was using to make recordings of her and another victim. So a lot of this stuff is starting to be exposed. It's going to start to come out, I think, hot and heavy. And it's what does SNAP stand for? Caroline, look it up and let us all know. So, all right. So I don't know off the top of my head. It is something about food, right? So SNAP. You guys ask me simple questions you can find out yourself, but Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, right? So in Louisiana, threat of lost SNAP food benefits is rattling the vulnerable. As SNAP cuts loom, there are food assistance resources helping fight food insecurity. Some states are saying they're not going to do anything. Walmart addresses social media rumors that it will close stores when SNAP benefits stop. Right. So I'm sure they're saying they're going to stay open, even though they're probably going to be targeted, guys. Walmart will definitely be targeted. If this thing goes on into the weekend, it's basically people are going to snap. All right. You're going to have snapping, right? Snap people snapping. All right. They're going to snap mentally, and they just won't care. All right, they want their sodas, they want their Fritos, and all that stuff. And if they can't get them, they're gonna like riot, right? So, all right, so be heads up, guys. I'm telling you, don't f around with this. If this goes down, if they don't get their money, if they don't get their SNAP, if they're not snappy with their SNAP, and I'm kind of joking around a little bit, but it could be deadly serious. All right. All right, Utah's election system under fire. All right, so this is something that Juan brought out, and I already signed up for it. Anyone can sign up for it. It's a class action. So after reviewing the brief below, should you wish to be party to the class action suit, please send us your name and email by submitting the form below. So blow it up, guys. Join a class action. This is this is worded, Juan said, and I started reading a little bit of it. It's worded so that this could be used throughout the United States, in every state, every county, you name it. Where there was election fraud, we know there was election fraud, this could potentially be used. All right, so I'm gonna click on this. You can click on this yourself. This is by Tracy Halverson, Sophie Anderson, Nancy Inman, Stephen Huber, Wayne Wickizer, and Daniel Newby. So they're going after the governor. This action targets a racketeering enterprise within Utah, orchestrated by defendants, including Governor Spencer Cox and Lieutenant Governor Deidre Henderson, to manipulate Utah's election laws from 2016 to 2024 by unlawfully certifying candidates who sought nomination through signature gathering under Utah Code, blah, blah, blah. All right, so this is some serious stuff, because we know this was done in every state during the 2020 election and has been used since, as they're pointing out here, even all the way up into 2024. So a lot of different states, like we were talking about, are probably going to be able to use this. Now, if you go at the bottom of this page, it says apply to join our class action suit. It's got a little form there. I've already filled it out. All it is your name, your email, phone number, send it in, and boom. All right, so very, very easy. Thank you for taking time to fill out this form. So go to the site, utahcorruption.com, and you can go through any part in here that you find interesting. It's quite large, all of the different paper. I guess lots and lots, right? So it has some very interesting. So I guess there's some exhibits. Before Utah passed legislation known as Bill 54, Utah election law gave political parties freedom to choose how they would nominate candidates for general election. And I guess they corrupted that and did some bad things, right? So it looks like some people are going to get spanked, guys. We're going to start to see some of these people probably in a lot of these governorships go to jail, right? If this thing goes through, it's going to be game on. So Janet, you're up in Northern California somewhere. I'm not going to say where, but you're saying Walmart closed here over a year ago. How about that? Wow. All right. So they won't have to worry about getting raided. Right. So anyway, yeah, Salvatore, absolutely. Hope so. We all hope so, right? So it looks like it's moving in the right direction, guys. I'm very, very excited about it. Of course, Mitt Romney was senator there in Utah, and he was roundly booed. I played that in a show a couple days ago. So he was at the GOP convention, Utah GOP convention, and he was like anti-Trump. He was a bad man. He was a very bad man, on many different levels. Right. So I think he's going to. I don't know where he's at. We haven't heard from him for a while. Hopefully he was having to hunker down there in Guantanamo when the hurricane came over. They were going to let him go. Right. So it's okay. You'll be safe in the bowels of Guantanamo, Mitt. So I don't know. He's probably out there running around. But he needs to be there. He deserves to be there. Right. He is a really bad man. All right. I'm going to share this screen on this. I'm kind of skeptical of this. Maybe it did happen, so I don't want to step over bounds here. This was an actual thing to happen, but this is something that has been exposed as far as people I would not trust anything in Arizona. Anything. All right. We know Arizona is corrupt to the hilt, guys. All right. They need to do election fraud in Arizona bad. They need bad election fraud in Arizona. And money laundering through Maricopa County, that's already been exposed. So through the cartels, all right? So father to be with single punch of Arizona just weeks before his son's birth. So this is the guy that punched him, allegedly threw a punch that caused Pizzatola to suffer a fatal brain injury. All right, so I don't know if it was a sucker punch or what it was, but they got into a fight. Here he is with his wife expecting. They got the pictures, ultrasound pictures there. All right, this is weeks before his demise. So there's a GoFundMe for her. Kristen, his wife Krisan, Krisan, Krisan. So 5 suspects. I guess they were, this guy was at a bar. He and his buddies got a little out of control, probably had a little too much to drink, and they kicked him out of the bar. So they're outside, and, you know, they're already a little feisty out there. And so it sounds like somebody got bumped, and then the fight started. So 5 suspects, Julia Husser, 27, Krista Molina, 27, Tony Becker, 26, Mark Whitford, 23, and Menezes were arrested. That's the guy who threw the punch. Last Wednesday, police confirmed. While the rest of the crew was booked on varying assault charges, court records show. All right. So here he is. Handsome guy, looks super healthy. All he ever wanted to be was the best father ever and the best husband, Krisan said, but he wasn't finished. So I guess around, he was at the bar, and she texted him or something. It says, I texted him that I had gotten home, and he texted me back and said that he wished that I was there, but that he was so proud of me for staying home and taking care of our baby boy, and that he loved me, Kristen told the outlet. So this happened in Scottsdale. This is the most upscale area of Arizona. Very, very high-end area. So I'm just super suspect of the whole thing. And maybe it happened the way it's described. I don't know. It says about 3:30, I saw that his location changed to the emergency room and dropped everything. So you're like at home at 3:30 waiting, right? So I've talked to some people, and people took my advice, right? But unfortunately, they didn't take my advice and go with Dr. Kirk Elliott, right? And I think they got had, right? Bigly, all right? So Dr. Kirk Elliott has front end loaded the amount that he charges. So in the back end, so for me, my silver has tripled from what I've started out with, tripled in price. So I'm very happy. I know it's going to like triple again, quadruple, quintuple, and sextuplet, whatever. So it's gonna keep going. All right. 10x. I think it's got a 10x in it, maybe even more, guys. So it's under 50 right now. It's like around skirting 48. It's built a nice little, I think it bottomed, pulled back because it was hot. It was very hot, and so was gold. They ran hot and heavy fast, and they need a little rest, right? Need to take a little break and catch their breath. And I think now they've caught their breath, and they're like getting back up to the line, getting ready to charge out again, guys. So just be heads up. that this is a buying opportunity with gold and silver right now. I've always recommended silver. Definitely want to be in silver, and I think it's like the most incredible opportunity, and it's so easy to invest in it. But again, I've seen that some silver shops, or not silver, but coin shops and so forth. That's where you trade in your coins, your silver, your gold, whatever. They're not taking, some of them aren't taking silver right now because I guess like what they do is they take some of the silver, like the junk silver, 90% or less, and basically they'll take it. They'll take your silver plates, they'll take your silver jewelry, and they'll send it to like these places that basically melt it down and take all the impurities out of it, all the alloys that could be in it. You know, it's not 100% silver, so they like take all that out. They go through a smelting process, whatever, and those smelters or whatever are like going full bore. They're working 7 days a week. And so they're at this point, some of them aren't taking anything else, guys. If you have US Mint coin or like Canadian or whatever, any mint coins of any, other like Canadian, English, Aussie, what do they call those little birds? Those little, can't think of their names, but they like had those birds on the Aussie coins. I thought they're pretty cool. And so if you're kind of into all those coins, you've collected them over the years, you could probably take those in and trade them in at some point. I would not do that now, but if you get kookaburra, thank you, A-Dub. So kookaburras. Kookaburra sits in the old gum tree, blah, 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 blah. So that's all I know about that. So I used to sing that as a kid, but I guess I didn't sing it enough because that's all I remember. All right. So, or is it a kiwi? Could be the kiwi. Kookaburra, I think they have both actually. Kiwi and the kookaburra. Those are fun. All right. So I used to do collectibles, guys, when it's time to like cash in and everybody's cashing in, and the market's moving fast one way or the other. You're not going to get a good price for those collectibles. You're going to get whatever it is, silver is in it, or you can go try and sell it yourself. All right. So just get the coins or have some of the coins on you in a good amount, because it could be good for bartering in the future if shit goes to hell. And it could be also a way that you could have quick cash if you need it going forward. If you lose your job, whatever. Hope you don't, but that's another reason why you want to get these. Get bars. That's right, Matt. So you want to have as high ounce bars. 5, 10 ounce bars are good to have. So that's really the way to go. You don't need to have fancy coins. They're not puffins. No, I don't know about puffins, but maybe there's some out there. I haven't seen them. Dimes. Yeah. You're talking about, junk silver. Junk silver is like 90% silver. And, like I said, that's going to be tough. I think and even with the junk silver guys, you're not going to get, the same amount as you would with a full ounce or with 5 or 10 ounce bars, right? Or more, whatever, 100 ounce bars, whatever. I have 1,000 ounce bars with Dr. Kirk Elliott, lots of them. So, although those are hard to come by now. So you still get with Dr. Kirk Elliott, because if you did 1,000 ounce bars, you would get a certain very, very nice price. So the higher ounce bars that you get, the less you're going to pay for the silver per ounce, because every one of those coins have to be stamped, and it takes more, smelting and, stuff. And So it's all fancy and you're going to pay for that. So with the bars, it's, they just pour it and put a little, 99.99 points, whatever, pure, and then you're good, right? And maybe they'll stamp, where it comes from. So that's all it is. So it's cheaper per ounce that way. So if you do the 1 ounce coins, if you're doing, like if you go to the US Mint right now and buy a 1 ounce, I think I don't know what it is right now. It's probably close to $100, if not more. It's ridiculous. You don't ever want to go through the US Mint anymore, right? Unless you just have to do it. That's the way I used to get all my coins. I learned the hard way. But you can buy them through different dealers or go to a coin shop and get the best deal, right? But the ultimate best deal is to go with Dr. Kirk Elliott, because like I said, I talked with some people over the weekend or last week when I was at LifeWave conference in Anaheim, and I was talking to some very, very incredible people. And they said, yep, I took your advice. I got silver. And I said, who'd you get it with? And they're telling me, and I said, well, what'd you pay? And I was like, oh, I didn't want to tell them you got effed. Right? I didn't want to tell them. But there's some people out there who got totally effed, guys. And might be some of you. Right? If you didn't go with Dr. Kirk Elliott, went with another group. I don't know. So we'll talk about that tomorrow. He'll give some insight on that. Remember, it's a free consultation with Dr. Kirk Elliott, right? And he and his team aren't going to steer you wrong. They're just going to give you the straight up facts, what you can do, what you can't do, how you can move money. If you're somewhere else in the world, how you can invest, as long as it stays in the depository, because he's not going to ship overseas. He doesn't ship overseas, but he does ship in the United States. I've gotten gold bars and gold coins from him just to get my own little stash going, right? Just in case, I need to run, right? And I need money. All right. So that's what Go XRP. Yeah. See how that works for you going forward. But that's gonna, because it was down big today. It was down huge today. I think there's still a little bit of down. Maybe tomorrow the stock market's going to be back up because Amazon and Apple came out with some good results. Today it was down pretty hard. Crypto was down super hard. I've been saying that I felt like the stock market needed a pullback before it goes to like its ultimate highs. So we may still see that, or we may not. So again, this market is way out of control, guys. I can tell you what the charts say, what common sense says. Common sense says this thing should have never gone up back in 2008, all right? 2009. It should have kept going down, should have bottomed to a good extent and then gone sideways and then start to build up naturally. So now it's got to crash, and it's got to crash massively, right? So we're going to continue to see this thing, whipsaw up and down, because that's what happens towards the end. Now you look at, and this is happening around the world, you look at the stock market in Japan, and until 2 years ago, it hadn't seen its all-time high back before 2000, right? When we had our stock market bubble crash, right? And the NASDAQ went down 80%. So with them, I think it went down the same, and it stayed down for I don't know, it's like over 20 years, right? And then it started to gradually come back up. And now it's at all-time highs. What was it back then? I think it was I think the high was I just remember it was 3666. Yeah, it had 666 in it, of course. And it liked it. And once it crashed, I think it was 98 or 99. It crashed before our stock market did. It didn't come back for 20 years. You didn't see that high again, and now it's at 51,000, right? So all-time highs for stock markets all over the world, but it's not going to last, guys. And crypto, it's going to get spanked. You've seen crypto today with the stock market crashing, NASDAQ crashing today. I say crash, but it was down, almost 1.5%, whatever it was. And crypto was down a lot more. Now, it was a tattletale to me because I saw crypto like 1 or 2 days ago started to go down. And it's like, why is it going down when the NASDAQ's going up? I bet it's telegraphing. And sure enough, it was, because the day NASDAQ went down pretty hard. Now, it's super overbought. The NASDAQ, S&P, Dow, they're all super overbought. Yesterday, they all hit all-time highs, right? So it pulled back today. Looks like it may get a pop again tomorrow. Will it pull back? If we look at the indicators from past market cycles, it should get a pullback. So whatever. I mean, for some of you, like, I don't care. I'm not in the stock market anyway, whatever. But it does make a difference, because when that stock market goes down, it's going to go down 50%. And then it'll get a little pop, and then it'll eventually go down. And it will be down, guys, 85 to 90% in my estimation. We'll see a 1929 type crash. So that will have massive reverberations throughout all of society. And you just need to be aware of that. So that's why you need to be in silver, because you'll be able to weather it. And maybe if you have enough silver, you'll be able to be super profitable, right? Where you can buy up real estate that's going pennies on the dollar from what it was. Real estate's already crashing everywhere. I said this would happen back in 2022, and they pumped the stock market up. It should have gone down in 2022, back in October, and then it turned around, just went up and kept going up, right? So they manipulated it up, and all of you crypto bros, all right, I guess you could call me a crypto or not a silver bro, silver and gold bro, but you crypto bros and you market bros, you're going to get spanked, guys. And then you're going to be looking at, I wish I'd listened to you, and I wish I'd been a silver bro. All right, so you're going to find out. You're going to F around, you're going to find out, guys. All right, so if you're not silver, you're going to wish on the other side of this in about a year or so, probably, or maybe less, that you had listened. All right. So now I know a lot of you ladies out there, you've told me how you got your husbands into silver. That's good. And there's some of you have just like given up on your husbands and just put your own money into silver. Good for you. Some of you have done really well, and your husbands are looking like, dang, right? Because, yeah, the stock market's up, but the stock market isn't up as much as silver, not even close, right? So silver's up like 70%, or when it was at its high. I don't know what it is, probably pulled back a little bit since then. But it'll go a lot higher. It'll be over 100% this year, right? And stock market over the last 3 years, maybe and this has been incredible stock market returns. Even over the last 3 years, it's probably, no matter where your money was, it's not going to hit 100%, right? I don't know. So some of you crypto bros like me, you've done really well. Good for you. But you're holding on for dear life. You're hodling, and you're going to get spanked with that, right? I'm 100%, right? So we'll find out. So even the guys that do the crypto stuff have said, and they're the guys that I follow that have done like tens and hundreds of millions of dollars in crypto, they're saying there's going to be a turnaround, and it's going to be catastrophic, right? So you guys can believe what you want, or you believe outside of reality all you want, but eventually it's going to catch up to you, and you're going to lose it all, right? So it's up to you. Take advantage of this this pullback. If you're a crypto bro, add to your positions because it's probably going to go up a little bit more before it's all over. It's better to get out early. It's much better to get out early. And if you're looking for verification of that, all you need to do is look at Warren Buffett. Warren Buffett has been getting out for a long time now, right? The Buffett indicator, which is when Warren Buffett gets out of the stock market on a massive scale, and I think he's out on the most massive scale ever. That's an indicator that things are going to go bad, right? So the Buffett indicator is flashing red, right? You got a little bit left, guys, but this is going to be for those that aren't paying attention. It's going to be devastating for you, your families, everybody. All right. So get into silver. All right. Convert your crypto right now into silver. Convert your stock into silver. All right. But yeah, I'm not an expert, although I've done exceptionally well, and I've proven to a lot of people that I've been right about silver, right? So, and I'm not going to be right about everything. You have to do your own research. You have to trust your own intuition, but I'm right about a lot of stuff. All right. So silver going to explode. Now, there's a lot more on the horizon that could really, crash everything early. If we get a major, which I think is on the cusp, we're on the cusp of major earth changes, massive earthquakes, volcanic activity, and so forth. If something really kicks off, guys, like if right off the coast of Oregon, we get the tsunami, hit the California coast and wipes out millions of people, that's going to be a devastating event that is going to probably crash markets around the world, potentially. And wars have gone off. JFK, when he was shot, stock market went up. So that's because we started going into Vietnam, into war, right? So I don't know. You can never anticipate, anything with the stock market. It'll go up when you know it's going to go down, and when you know it's going to go down, it'll go up, right? So, sell California to China, please. Well, it's already been done. China already owns California, right? Thank you, Gavin Newsom and Nancy Pelosi, and who else? What was that one senator that just died recently? Anyway, there's so many baddies in California. There's Feinstein, yeah, Dianne Feinstein. She had a Chinese driver, Maxine Waters. Yeah, she's baddie. Feinstein, right, Ron? So I probably heard you say it. Wayne, good job. So some of you guys will say this, and I'll hear you in my mind because I'm telepathic. All right, so just send it to me. So I know some of you yell it at the screen, and I'm like, oh yeah, I got it. I hear it. So some people tell me I'm yelling at the screen. I'm like, yeah, I probably got it. So it probably came through. All right, so if there's a war, they're trying to start wars. Deep State wants war. The Masons and all those guys, and the Deep State, Kazarian Mafia, you name it, all the baddies out there. They all want war. They've been predicting, they've been trying to push a war, War III, for a long time. It's Barbara Boxer, evil too, yeah. So you're going to have a lot of push in that direction. If it does seem like it's kicking in that direction, yeah, I have hope for California too. I think once the tsunami cleans most of California up, we can rebuild it. So I hope California like doesn't get by a tsunami. I don't wish that on anyone or anything. I have love for everyone, and even the bad people, right? So you give them love, and sometimes it works out pretty good for them because they go away. Works out pretty good for us because they go away. Just ask Osama bin Laden. He went away because I sent him a lot of love, right? And who else went away? And that was Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden and who's running after Biden? Kamala. So I had to go that slow because Kamala is like that. She's got the cackling Kamala. And there's a goddess that does that, I guess. She's named after a goddess. That's a cackling goddess. It's like crazy when you look deeper into this stuff. So anyway, I sent them all love, and they're all gone. Right? So a lot of you guys think, I can't send them love. Well, look what I did with love. All those people are gone that were baddie, right? So send the baddies love, guys. And don't go, I send them love. No, it's not that kind of love. It's God's love, right? Unconditional God love, right? Send it. It's powerful, right? I know it's hard, but if you practice it, and the way you practice it is you go to the store and you see people, send them love, 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 love. But don't look at them and go, love. Like I did that one time. That's how I started. I was like that's how I thought love was about, love, love. So I was doing that to people, and people were like, what the F are you? Why are you looking at me like? So, maybe that's not a good thing. So I'll just think it. Yeah, hello. So you have to learn how to do that at some level, guys. If you're having trouble doing it, do it on the basic level and just send everything love. Send your plants love, send your computer love, just send the love, right? Send your food love before you eat it. Yeah. Duh. That's why we say prayers over it, right? Well, not everybody does, but that's what they did the Last Supper, right? And you're like, well, that didn't work out too good for Yeshua. Yeah, but kind of did. He had a mission, and he did a good job. And because of his sacrifices, right? Not because he was sacrificed, but because of his, outgoing desire to serve humanity. We'll look at it like that. It's much better, I believe. He was able to really imprint humanity on a great level. And a lot of you guys, myself included, look towards Yeshua in a very favorable way. And I'm just talking about it, I'm getting like chills all over my body. So I know a lot of you guys get the same experience. Of course, I've got past life stuff with Yeshua, right? So a little bit outside of most of your realm, so I won't go into that, but it's pretty amazing stuff. All right. So, going forward, we're going to see, I think, like I talked about at the beginning of the show, with the National Guard being trained, quick reaction forces to come into cities, I believe, to handle problems that are coming. I talked about this with Juan. I started talking about it on the show. Juan overheard me talking about it. At the end of the show, we started talking about it again. So let's look at what's going on down in Brazil.
Now, of course, the governor of Rio saying that this is war is putting pressure, is supposed to be putting pressure on the national government to send out more military support, which...
All right, so we don't have that problem with President Trump. He's front-loading this. He's proactive, not reactive. Right, so there were forces that went in to go after the drug cartels that come from Venezuela, and in Brazil, they stole the election from Bolsonaro, who was basically the South American Trump. They stabbed him in his run up to his first election. He was very popular, although the left really came after him hard during his administration. He absolutely, just like Trump did, win his second election. They stole it from him. And Lulu, who was basically the guy that the left wanted to put in there, the Venezuelan cartels wanted to put in there, just like they wanted Venezuelan cartels wanted Joe Biden in office. That's what Juan said. He said that the same people that put Lulu in and took down Bolsonaro was the same people that put Biden in and took down Trump. So that's why President Trump is going to take down Maduro in Venezuela, guys, because that's where all of this stems from. And when that happens, then Brazil will probably be freed. And what we're seeing, like I'm talking about with election stealing and this countrywide, push by Utah, thank you, Utah, which is going to expose election fraud on a massive level. And then it can be exposed in every state, right? And this could start to push around the world, because Juan said there were 71 countries that had unfair elections, where the elections were stolen. 71 countries. So it starts with Venezuela, and then it starts to move from there, right? So the gang violence that you're seeing right there was probably going to come to Chicago, was probably going to come to LA, was probably going to come to Portland, and several other cities are up as well. But because of President Trump's proactivity, he may have stopped it out or lessened the impact that it's going to have. So this is very important, very, very important going forward, right? So crazy stuff going on in Rio right now.
Now, the fact that, again, I'm simply focusing on the rhetoric coming from the governor, because an operation that started...
All right, so Lulu is, he wouldn't put in troops to help those guys. Wow, look at that sky back there. That's amazing. Let me turn my main light off. Woo, that's some beautifulness. It's a beautiful, beautiful sky back there. All right, so Lulu's wouldn't send in troops to help those guys. So there in Rio, what they were doing is the local police and law, military and so forth were going after as you saw there, we're going after the cartels. I've seen reports. And that's probably a low figure. That's gonna. I think it's very, very possible we'll have the same thing happen. And I've been saying this for years now. I didn't know how it was going to come. I still don't know how it's going to come. If it's going to come from this, the cartel's really going to start to kick it off. If President Trump and quick reactive forces start to move in and start to take down some of these cartels, which they've already started to do. And you're having governors and mayors that are saying, how dare President Trump come in and take away these innocent people, right? So again, if we find that these governors and mayors, through election fraud, are in office, they're going to get yanked, right? And then we're going to start putting people in that are completely open and will be helpful, just like we saw in Memphis. They wanted President Trump to come in, and they're having great results in Memphis right now. And the ICE and other groups that are seizing some of these drug cartels that are in Memphis are having great results. Same thing in DC. All right, so we're having great results, but going forward, it's going to going to be hit or miss. Some cities are going to be open to it, and some cities are going to push back. Some cities are just so corrupt, it's going to take a long time to clean them up. All right. And when I say long time, it could be years. And it could be just back and forth for years. Some will be very quick, like we're seeing in DC, like we're seeing in Memphis, because I saw this one black gentleman that was like, I thought it was all bullshit. I was against President Trump, but I'm seeing things happen that I can't not speak out about. That this is good. This is good for my community here in Memphis, right? So that's what we're seeing. Real people are seeing real results, and then those people that are consciously compromised are going to push back no matter what. We know that. Some people are just going to be that way, right? And I don't even know if that's a real person anymore. If they're like just a, I don't know, some thing without a soul. Right? So, anyway, we're going to see this thing really, really take off, I think, and move in the right direction. So, looking forward to seeing more of this happen. It'll be quite substantial. The results we're going to have. And again, we're going to see a financial system collapse because it's corrupt. We're going to see the judicial system collapse because it's corrupt. We're going to see a lot of the social media platforms will collapse because they're corrupt. This one included that I'm broadcasting from right now. We'll see probably, of course, Big Farm. It's already been exposed on several different levels. A lot of people seeing problems with a lot of this stuff, but there'll be pushback that will continue. I'm seeing pushback. I promote LifeWave. It is extremely effective, miraculous, but there's pushback. There's pushback from Big Pharma and other forces that don't want that information to get out to you, right? Because they know that it's transforming people's lives on many different levels, right? So LifeWave patches, get into the description box, go look at the videos, inform yourself. Don't just take all the thousands of people that have had miracles on my Miracle Monday shows. Don't take for granted that, I've had incredible results and I've been talking about it for 3 years, and there's nothing else that I've promoted more than LifeWave, right? So, because it's extremely beneficial. All right, guys. Lots of love. Stay in the love vibration, and we'll see you guys next time. Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets, joined once again by Leo Zagavi. A brand new book out, The Secrets of, the Illuminati. Now we have The Rise and Fall of a Frankish Monster, exposing Jeffrey Epstein and the most powerful Jewish sect in the world. Wow. This is a much needed conversation.
Yes, as you know, with volume 12, which you mentioned, the Confessions of the Illuminati series came to an end, at least for the time being. When instead I'm now starting a new series of essays dedicated to topics of interest within, the sectarian reality, often close to the Vatican. And this subject is a very particular one, and I must say also a very challenging one, because as you know, a lot of people have been discussing the Jeffrey Epstein case in the last few years. So, people will be wondering, what is Leo adding to all this? Well, I'm adding a unique perspective, which is digging deep into the ancestry, the family roots of each of the participants, and not only, of course, Jeffrey Epstein, who is Jewish, comes from Europe, of Russian, let's say Russian, Ukrainian origins. Podolia, some say, also elements come from Germany, but we have also Ghislaine Maxwell, whose father was known as Robert Maxwell, but in reality his name was completely different. He took the surname Maxwell because he was known as Jan Ludwig Iman Benjamin Ock, and is actually started working for the British Secret Service, and at that point the leader of in the 1930s of the most important network of spies infiltrating communism and subversive groups was known as was called Maxwell Knight, and for that reason he decided to call himself Maxwell and change his surname. So even his surname was a tribute to that. But aside from that, there has been always a lot of discussions now on how did Jeffrey Epstein become Jeffrey Epstein. And nobody gives you a clear answer. Nobody gives you a clear answer, because to have a clear answer, you need to do another kind of investigation. And in the end, you will arrive to the answers, like the Meta Group, which also, by the way, controls IPAC. There's a lot of talk these days about IPAC and so on, but nobody really knows much about the Meta Group, which was founded by people like Leslie Lex Wexner, the guy who, of course, we know him because of Victoria's Secret.
Yeah.
But this is a group of very important people, the Mega Group, which they constituted a sort of influential group of Jewish entrepreneurs, which we can consider the modern heirs to groups like the Illuminati. But having said that,
today, Leo, it's there was an article in the American Conservative, the pro-Israel billionaire behind Jeffrey Epstein, and just like you just mentioned, Les Wexner, who was
well, in my book there is much more,
Yeah.
because in my book I explain, first of all, who are all these people, their family ancestry, and Lex Wexner founded this group called the Mega Group in 1991 with people like Steven Spielberg, Charles Bronfman, Edgar Bronfman, Max Fisher. When you say all these names, people don't really know their history. So what I do in this book is been actually regarded by journalist colleagues who have had the possibility to already have a look at my book, like Ferruccio Pinotti in Italy, who had conducted some research on the Sabatian Frankist in connection with the Italian banking system and the very foundations of Italian capitalism. And he was like, Leo, this is really what was missing from the Epstein research on the Epstein case. And when I say Frankist monster, and I put Jeffrey Epstein as being part Dr. Frankenstein, part the monster creature that Dr. Frankenstein created, which we all call, usually referred to as Frankenstein. He never has really a name. Mary Shelley never really gave a name, but we all call him Frankenstein. Frankenstein is itself referred to the Sabbatean Frankists and to Jacob Frank. It was Rabbi Marvin Antelman who described the significance of Frankenstein, which, aside from being based on an alchemist who, of course, did experiments and all that, is actually also based on Jacob Frank. Jacob Frank was, now for all those people who are following me, I want to start from the very beginning, Michael, so we can not confuse our audience with 1,000 names, because, of course, when you read the book, it's over 300 pages and people can go deep into it. But I want to summarize.
True to form, Leo, I was reading the first pages of the first chapter, and the reveal on Israel pedophilia is over the top. We should stop all relations with Israel just on the first couple pages. If people read the first couple pages, like, we got to stop relations with Israel right now. Oh my God.
Yeah, well, but first of all, we need to understand that this book is built on the premises that it doesn't need to be anti-Semitic in any way, or even anti-Israel, because Israel is a reality that can't be simply scrapped off the face of the map. And once you read the whole book and you understand what the Sabbatean Frankists did to the Jewish people, basically forcing them to go to what today we call Israel, we see that the first victims of the whole thing that then developed in terrible acts like the Holocaust, the worst crime ever happened in the history of humanity, is all because of this sect within Judaism. It was, you see, the idea for this book, which is a controversial book, but I had to read it in my head before writing it. I had to actually develop the idea, and it was inspirational for me to have some very dear Jewish friends, people like Roseanne Barr, who introduced me to some other people in Israel, rabbis who came to me and talked to me about their problems within Judaism. And Roseanne Barr told me the worst enemies are the Jews. The worst enemies of the Jews are the Jews. And when she said that, and when she introduced me to the concept of the Hereb Rab, which is this group of magicians who followed Moses into the desert, they were the magicians of the Pharaoh who saw the wonders of Moses and said, wow, we need to follow this guy. They were the ones who inspired the worship of the golden calf, which made Moses so crazy he broke down the Ten Commandments and then had to go back up. So here we are talking about first of all, I want to make it very clear for all the people who are watching us. This book is not about taking sides against a race. The enemy is not a specific race. It's a little bit when I wrote books like Volume 12 about the Jesuits. Being against the Jesuits doesn't mean that you are necessarily against all Catholics in the world. Maybe they are the first victims, though, of the Jesuits. The same thing can be said for the Muslims, because most Muslims don't even know that most of their leaders belong to Freemasonry, to other secret societies. And so, for me, it's very important to clear this with your audience, because there is so much anti-Semitism at the moment, so much confusion, so much hate, so much division in our society. And to add to that is not a good thing. So I'm sure that there will be people that will come to me and say, why did you write this book? This book is going to actually help the people who hate Israel or hate the Jews. But when you actually read this book and you understand it, especially the Jews who know very well how I respect their culture, how I respect Judaism, and how I explain how it was infiltrated, manipulated, well, then it's actually a service that I'm making to my Jewish friends here in America, in Israel, and around the world. When there is, because I tend to, you see, with the other books, Confessions of an Illuminati, it was my confessions,
right,
and of course my experiences. Here I want to be very careful about what I say, to not be misunderstood for those people who have not read the book yet. This book is challenging. I repeat, is challenging, because when you understand, and this is proven, that the Zionists made a deal with Adolf Hitler called the Transfer Agreement. That is something that people outside of Judaism, outside the Jewish community, know. It took an investigation by a guy called Edwin Black, who wrote a whole book about it. And finally, they understood it was an historical truth. But you understand here, we're talking about the basis of one of the worst tragedies in human history. And the fact that there is organizations like B'nai Brit. B'nai Brit, people say, B'nai Brit is another form of Freemasonry. And it is another form of Freemasonry. And I explain how it was born. And I explain also the compromises they did. I also explain in this book that before the French Revolution, of course, we all know about the Illuminati of Adam Weishaupt. But very few people know there was a secret society built by the Illuminati that opened for the first time the lodges of Freemasonry to the Jews, that became the first Illuminati order controlled by the Sabbatean Frankists. It was actually a direct relative of this Jacob Frank guy. But first of all, just to summarize what this whole thing is, the heresy that we call Sabbatean Frankists, because if we don't explain that, I think that most people here will be like completely confused about the whole thing. Now, within Judaism, there is a belief that you are still expecting a Messiah. They haven't accepted Jesus, so they are still waiting for a Messiah. Okay? Now, in the 17th century, this guy called Sabbatai Zevi declared himself to be the Messiah. And half of the Jews in Europe believed he was the genuine Messiah, until the Sultan, the guy who controlled the Ottoman Empire, forced him to convert to Islam in the year 1666. And most people will think that will be the end of the story. No, that is the beginning of the story, because in 1666, the guy officially converts to Islam, but continues to practice his heresy. His heresy wasn't any kind of heresy. The heresy born out of Shabbatai Zevi, and then a century later by Jacob Frank, who claimed to be his reincarnation, and all those occult practices that later on people like Aleister Crowley, before him Madame Blavatsky, Eliphas Levi, the guy who invented the word occultism, all these people were connected to the Sabbatean Frankists. And in my book, I show the receipts for these assertions, for this. It's not just, like a conspiracy theory. It's facts proven by historical and academic research, because I am going against the most powerful sect ever, that nobody ever has even the courage to mention in today's world.
Yep.
Because in today's world, Michael,
so many people have gotten shut down. Tucker Carlson, you name it. They mention we need to look at this, and bam, get hammered. So yeah, you're really stepping out with this book. It's going to be good.
Well, it is good, but it's also something that I wanted to do in a way that it will not be possible to debunk. I'm going to show the cover, the full cover of the book here. You can share it on the screen, so you can maybe here it is. Now, this is, of course, the full cover. It's not only the front cover that you have on the Kindle, but it's also, of course, the back cover that you have on the paperback copy. And as you can see, you have this, which is the temple, which everybody has seen in Little St. James, the small island, the private island that Jeffrey Epstein bought thanks to his connections. This is very important, because in my book, I explain how this temple was actually based on a famous Sabbatean Frankist meeting ground, a bathhouse. And this is already, something that starts to be shocking for a lot of people. Like, they will think, oh, but this is a really like a direct connection of sorts. Yeah, it's a direct connection. A public bathhouse located in Aleppo, Syria, named Hammam Yalbuga. You go in my book and you can see the pics of the place in Aleppo which is now an historical place, by the way, and the place built by Jeffrey Epstein, and you see that they are the same. Maybe you can find some reference on the internet about it. But what happens is this bathhouse was meeting ground for one of the most influential communities of the Dome. The Dome were those Muslims, fake Muslims, crypto Jews, who after Sabbatai Zevi had converted, continued as Sabbatians in disguise, but professing outwards the Islamic faith. This is not the first time that the Jews were forced, when they went into an heretical modality, to do that. Previously in history, already the Marranos had done it in Spain when they were persecuted in Spain. But the important thing is here, Frankenstein, because people will tell me, but what is all this Frankenstein nonsense? They will think maybe it's funny. Some people will laugh about it. Oh, Jeffrey Epstein, Frankenstein. I repeat, this is the words of a rabbi. Frankenstein, the whole word has meaning in if you go through the Jewish Kabbalah. And Frankenstein is Frank, like Jacob Frank. It's not a coincidence. So Jeffrey Epstein came from the same area of Europe, prevalently Ashkenazi, but not blaming the Ashkenazi, because in this book I also proved that the first people who actually tried to fight the Sabbatian Frankist heresy were Ashkenazi rabbis. So that already gives you an understanding of the fact that we're not going here against a whole race. We're going against an ideology, a perverted form of religion, a sectarian form of religion. So Frankenstein, that now is also in the cinemas with a new movie that is, Frankenstein has been very popular in the history of cinema. And these days, the Frankenstein variant in the last few weeks, actually. So we have a kind of a synchronicity here of sorts. Jeffrey Epstein was built to be Jeffrey Epstein. He was placed there. In my book, I explain how people like of course, Ghislaine Maxwell's father, and other people of influence, like you mentioned, Les Wexner, of course, is very important. But people don't really know the history of this family. So we have to go first to the history in Eastern Europe, the origins of the Maxwell family, the Hock family, and the Epstein-Stolowski family. Now, these families are from an area that in the 17th and 18th century in Poland, parts of today's Ukraine, because, for example, Robert Maxwell was born in today's Ukraine. Jacob Frank was born in today's Ukraine. But back then, there was a whole region known as Podolia, and in those the regions that were most influenced by the Sabbatian heresy, that later became with Jacob Frank, who claimed to be the reincarnation of Sabbatai Zevi a century later, is Ukraine, smaller parts of Moldova, Slovakia, Romania, Hungary. And this outbreak of Sabbatianism is very relevant to us, to everybody who is watching us. People talk about the Rothschild. Where do you think the Rothschild come from? The Rothschild family is a product of the Sabbatian Frankist heresy. When Jacob Frank went into Frankfurt, he was received like a king. And that was also the beginning of an alliance with the Rothschild family that then developed all over Europe. And this is like the moment in which, you see, Sabbatai Zevi, of course, converted to Islam. But his successor, Jacob Frank, who was born instead in Ukraine, which at the time was like I guess Poland, Podolia, those areas were Catholic, where the areas where actually the Jesuits were ruling, and where they actually ended up when they were persecuted. And Jacob Frank brought 20,000 Jews to convert to the Catholic Church. In exchange, they nobilitated him. And then, initially, he forced his followers to only marry between each other, even if they had converted to the Catholic faith outwards. But when they saw that both the rabbinic authorities, as well as the Inquisition, were with their eyes on them, they had an idea. Let's marry into the most aristocratic Catholic families. And also, they had another way of taking over these families. They would ask a very influential Catholic people to become their godfathers when they will be baptized in the Catholic faith. So they will take their surname. You know what that meant? Jeffrey Epstein to become a math professor without even having a degree in the middle of the 70s to a fancy school, to teach in a fancy school in New York. Let's see if you know that. Because that is a very important part of the development of Jeffrey Epstein's saga. It was Donald Barr, the father of the guy who was in charge of the DOJ when he was apparently found hanged in jail, no? Now, Donald Barr was a Sabbatean Frankist. Donald Barr wasn't a Catholic. He was born into a Jewish family. William Barr, who then became U.S. Attorney General at the time of Jeffrey Epstein's death, was brought up as a Catholic, but they come from Jewish roots, Sabbatean Jewish roots, from the city of Berdikif, a major center of Hasidic Judaism. And this is very important because Hasidic Judaism is actually a reaction to the Sabbatean Frankist heresy. When in Judaism, the rabbis saw the rise of this heretical Messiah, Shabbatai Zevi, and then eventually, of course, they saw he was no good when he converted to Islam. Most of them said, okay, now this whole thing has ended, nobody's going to follow him anymore. Instead, there was still a bunch of people who outwards converted to Islam following their Messiah Shabbatai Zevi. And then later on, a century later, Jacob Frank in Saloniki, which is a very important place, also claimed he was the reincarnation of Shabbatai Zevi, but he didn't stay within the domain Turkey. He went back to Poland, Ukraine, and that's where the Frankism part of the Sabbatean Frankism starts. Donald Barr was a Sabbatean Frankist, and that's why he converted to Catholicism. Like it was a thing for Sabbatean Frankists, for people like Jacob Frank, to follow the Hedom. He called it Hedom, the way of the Hedom, to actually convert outwards to Catholicism and in secret practice. And this secret of Donald Barr, the father of William Barr, was communicated in a book that was published a year before he employed Jeffrey Epstein in the school. It's a book called Space Relations. So you understand how contorted and twisted is this whole thing. So Jeffrey Epstein is picked up, brought into by the Sabbatean Frankists as a math professor in this school, very elite school, because it's Dalton School in New York City, is an elite school. He stayed there a couple of years. He taught math and science without having a degree. And this happened a year after Donald Barr had published Space Relations, which is, if you go and read, a camouflage version of the Sabbatean Frankist perverse teachings in a sci-fi version.
Wow.
And this is the father of the guy who was the head of the DOJ. It makes me a little. Now, let's make one step forward. We go at that point, 10 years later. What happens 10 years later? 10 years later, the guy who has created, who will create later on the mega group, Lex Wexner, employs Jeffrey Epstein. He gives him a building rigged of cameras, microphones, and everything in New York City and start an operation. Now, people are like, there's always this question that goes through the journalist's mind. That's why people, my journalist colleagues, when they heard about my book, is wow, you're going maybe a bit too far with this one. I said, no. And Ferruccio Pinotti told me, you are inspirational for us because this is really a book that has to be written, I mean, it is a risk for me to write this book. Because when you understand that everything perverted in our society, in the secret societies, in everything, is actually coming from this branch of Judaism. And there is a bunch of rabbis who don't want this to be heard. Because Reform Judaism, which is the most prevalent form of Judaism today in America, was founded by disciples of the Sabbatean Frankists. So this is pretty shocking. But like I said, I think it's very important to really reveal everything we are revealing. So Lex Wexner is a guy born in 1937. He's a guy who has made a lot of money. But most of all, the mega group is the way the Sabbatean Frankists, if you go and see all the history of the people who founded the mega group in 1991, these people who are actually, people are talking about IPAC, like IPAC is the one that influences American politics. And I say, idiots, who has created IPAC? Who is influencing IPAC? And nobody knows. Well, go and check yourself. The biggest donor of IPAC is Lex Wexner.
Wow.
So you see, this book brings you to the roots of the problem in today's America. I mean, the Congress of the United States of America is controlled by IPAC, which is controlled by MEGA, which is controlled by the Sabbatean Frankist sect, which controls in turn every single banking system in the world. And it's not only the Rothschild, it's many other influential people. Like, for example, in May of this year, a guy called John Elkann went into the Oval Office with the Juventus soccer team. I don't know if you remember. And Trump said, this was a great guy from a very important dynasty. Wow. So what is this dynasty? The Elkann family is a Sabbatean Frankist family with a long history. And it goes past it's another of those families that, like many other Goldsmith, this and that, they all emanate from Frankfurt. And who was in Frankfurt? Jacob Frank, the Illuminati. And it's like they control everything. So it's obvious that you have to go and 2,000 years, Jesus challenged the rabbis, okay? He had the knowledge to challenge the rabbis. 2,000 years later, people are questioning if Jesus was from a proper rabbi school. Who cares? This is not about challenging the Jewish people. This is about challenging the people who have taken over Judaism, and they have made a living hell for them. Because if today half of the world hates Israel, and there is an increased number of people who are becoming anti-Semitic, the problem is the Sabbatean Frankist. when in 1933, see, you ever heard of, I mentioned earlier, the Asiatic Brethren. And in this book, of course, when you are doing an interview, it's 90 minutes. We can only scratch the surface. So I have to go through the main things, Now, the way that Les Wexner and his associates work together with B'nai Brit, there is some very powerful people that, do you know the history of B'nai Brit, or do you know about B'nai Brit? Because it's very important to explain what B'nai Brit is. B'nai Brit is the one that before Jeffrey Epstein was put into place to start his operation, created the Banking and Finance Lodge, and they honored a very important guy close to Donald Trump, Roy Cohn, at the State of Israel Bond dinner in 1983. Now, this is not about, bringing disrepute into the White House or Trump. This book demonstrates that there is no president in the last century, or at least after the Second World War, but even before the Second World War, because, of course, if we go Truman, and there is, since the foundation of the State of Israel, this country is connected. And, of course, even if you are a genius president that wants to renew everything, wants to create everything from scratch, and wants to detach from the past, there is no president that can avoid the power of the Sabbatean Frankists. They control you. You arrive to a level in which they will tell you, you can't go above this level. And that's why I make it very clear from the introduction of the book. You have read it because you said you read the beginning of the book. I said it very clearly. I understand we can't put the system in jeopardy. That's why we can't reveal everything about Jeffrey Epstein. But this book reveals it. So once you read this book, you understand that there is no Democrat, there's no Republican, there's no party that is free of their control. So, Michael, honestly, this system is rigged, and there's no way out of it. And this book demonstrates it fully. So, the honesty that we, as researchers, as people who have a following, and you have many people who are following you today, and I know they always follow you, and you are very honest about your endeavor and about bringing truth. We have to admit when there is a level in which you can't, they will never reveal the truth about Jeffrey Epstein, because the whole United States Congress will come and fall into pieces, and the whole executive branch, the legislative branch, the judiciary branch, they will all come crumbling down. Now, do we want that? Question.
Yes, I want it. Tell you the truth, but I think that if this was revealed, it would be not just the Congress and the Senate and the political system that would collapse, but it would be the banking system, everything.
When you go from a book from A to Z, and you get all the names that I'm bringing out, names that nobody talks about, of course.
Yeah.
Names that David Rockefeller defined like the biggest economist ever. And you go and check the name and say, who is this guy? I never heard about that guy. Yeah, but David Rockefeller said he was big. He must be such a big guy. Yeah, but nobody talks about it. Why? Because he's a Sabbatean Frankist. Because revealing maybe this, you see, Prime Minister Israeli said that the world is not really ruled by the people you think they're ruling the world, no? And there is a reason, because otherwise the system will have some very serious problems. So in my book, I really try to bring out this context of hidden people. Like, for example, if I give you a name, I'm going to give you one name here, and you tell me if you ever heard about him. André Benoît Mathieu Mayer, born in 1898, died in 1978. Have you ever heard of him?
Mm-mm.
Now, David Rockefeller defined him the most creative financial genius of our time in the investment banking world. This is what David Rockefeller said. Do you know who he was working with and who he was working for? This Sabatian Frankist, who was born, of course, and raised in a Sabatian Frankist family in Paris, ended up, after receiving the Legion d'Honneur and that, coming to the United States. He then became an advisor to the Kennedy family. He also became a close confidant to President Lyndon Johnson. He was called every time they needed him at the Oval Office. He was advisor to Jackie Onassis. He was advisor to people like William S. Paley at CBS, Catherine. You see, nobody knows about him. But I told you know the names he was advising, of course. I mean, the guy was like one phone call away from the White House, close confidant of President Lyndon Johnson, of the Kennedy family in the crucial moments of American politics. And nobody knows who he is. That's how the Sabatian Frankists play everybody. They don't want to be seen. They are not the ones you see in front of the people, you know. People like Donald Buck don't want to be seen. And you see how similar the little St. James Temple of Jeffrey Epstein and the bathhouse where the Sabatian Frankists used to meet is.
So that's in Aleppo, Syria.
Yeah.
Wow.
Which was a very important base for the Sabatian Frankists, because it was also a very important commercial base. You see, for example, Anton LaVey, who founded the Church of Satan, he also had Sabatian Frankist background. You see that image. Why do you think a pope who will become a saint blesses Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell? Where did this pope come from? Poland. Where does the Sabatian Frankist come from?
There's a connection. Oh my God.
You see, and so you are basically with all these images, and then you see on top of that image of Jacob Frank with next Robert Maxwell, and they basically look the same, because the guy thought he was the reincarnation, Robert Maxwell. Robert Maxwell was also a very influential figure in the intelligence services in his connections with KGB. I explained the connections of the Sabatian Frankists with the Soviet Union, how they were the only ones who were not persecuted during the time in which the Soviet Union was persecuting the Jews with Stalin. The only ones who were untouched were the Sabatian Frankists. And this is something that, I mean, I learned from my own research in Moscow with people who are Sabatian. I mean, people who actually I met, like the rabbi or the head rabbi of Moscow and stuff. And in my research, in my book, I explained. They told me, Leo, I said to them clearly, I was outside, I was in the dacha of Putin. I was guested there for one night when I was working at the Bolshoi doing this special performance. They guested me there one night, and we started to talk. And at one point, Lazar Vinogradsky, who is a dear friend of theirs, who is of course Jewish, and who lives there permanently because the wife is the head of the borders of the border police, like ICE here in the United States. And he told me, and I said to him, how comes you are, you have no problems? And he said, well, we are treated different because we are the aristocrats. I said, the aristocrats. And then I thought about it. Jacob Frank nobilitated these people to think of themselves as superior, as aristocrats, not as other Jews. The other Jews are the ones they sent to the concentration camps. They sent to the persecution is then very direct. It's not like simply the worst enemy of the Jew is the Jew. The worst enemy of the Jew is not only is actually a Jew who's gonna send you to a concentration camp or to some kind of gulag because they don't care about you. And why they don't care about you? Because the Sabbatean Frankists, once they brought forward this heresy, whoever didn't agree with them was their enemy. Even if they were Jewish, they didn't care. Actually, if you were Jewish and you were not embracing this heresy, you were, for them, even more cursed than any other. And so you deserve
a lot of the Sabbatean Franks came from Ukraine, Polish area.
Yes,
yes. They're the ones that basically took down the royal family in Russia.
First of all, the Sabbateans came from all over before Sabbatai Zevi made his conversion in 1666. That was the year zero, the millennium year of when he converted to Islam. At that point, the Dome, the Sabbateans, became in charge of a place which is now known as Thessaloniki. You know Thessaloniki? It's like in today's Thessaloniki is Salonika. How you call it? Thessaloniki is let me explain it for the people who maybe don't know a little bit about geography. It's a city in northern Greece, but it was also part of the Ottoman Empire. And it was a very important city that gave birth to some of the most influential banking and merchant families of the Jewish cartel. Wow. And and Thessaloniki became the breeding ground for this heresy. Jacob Frank was brought there when he was a child, and he converted. But first of all, I want to also tell people who are following us, if you think that Zionism was born in Israel, or born before, of course, Israel, because they then brought the people to Israel with people like Theodor Herzl finding the international Zionist movement, you are completely wrong. You know where Zionism was founded? It was founded in England by the Puritans, the same Puritans that came here with the Mayflower.
Oh my God.
And you know that the father of Sabbatai Zevi was Mordecai Zevi, working in Smyrna for the Puritans at the time of Oliver Cromwell. Oliver Cromwell led the Jews back to England after a few centuries they had been kicked out. Well, Oliver Cromwell led the Jews back after he made a deal with this very important Jewish figure who himself was connected to Mordecai Zevi, who was the father of Sabbatai Zevi. So when Sabbatai Zevi launched the idea of all the Jewish tribes going back to Israel, who do you think gave them that idea?
So Oliver Cromwell also took down the English monarchy.
Okay, for those, of course, that is
these guys just come out after the monarchies left and right.
It's very interesting, this whole story, because then you go all the way from all this, and then you come to Prince Andrew, and then you say, what was Prince Andrew grieving the Royal Lodge to Wednesday, Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell? Why is all this happening? Why is now the monarchy having a real big problem in England that might bring the whole Windsor family to collapse?
Disappearing.
Well, people need to understand that the Rothschild were or not nobilitated in England also? They were. They were nobilitated in Vienna. They were nobilitated in England. They were nobilitated, and they nobilitated and then married with Christians. And that is something that only the Sabbatean Frankists will do, because they didn't give a damn about their Jewish roots or their Jewish faith. So it's very important here for people to really realize, I mean, Oliver Cromwell, you are mentioning a very important figure, because Oliver Cromwell basically was in charge of England after a civil war that brought to the beheading of a king.
Yeah.
You know, it was a unique thing in I guess, in English history, that now the leadership of Oliver Cromwell met with a guy called Manasseh ben Israel. Manasseh ben Israel was connected to Mordecai Zevi. And all this is connected. And who was, and why did these Puritans, and of course, including the ones that then went on the Mayflower, came here, made the history of this beautiful country we now live in. So we have to be very careful here. But the thing is that it's all interconnected, because Manasseh ben Israel convinced, he was, together with these Oliver Cromwell's representatives, sent their delegates to Manasseh ben Israel, who was a very important figure. And Manasseh ben Israel had been studying the work of a prominent Jewish French-born figure called Isaac Lapierre. And this guy was a Marranos. Marranos are those Jews who were forced to convert to Catholicism, but were continuing to practice Judaism. This even before the Sabbatean Frankists, okay? Now, this is with Isaac and with these people. It's important to mention these people, because Sabbatai Zevi wasn't simply a product of Judaism. Sabbatai Zevi was a product of Judaism, but also of the Puritans that worked together with the idea that this guy, Manasseh ben Israel, had was, first of all, to convince Oliver Cromwell to bring back the Jews into England, which he managed, but only as a, let's say, temporary phase before sending them back to Israel. These are the roots of Zionism. And the Puritans were very much into bringing the Jews, but not necessarily because they like the Jews. But in the end, the Zionism, which will develop, of course, as we know it later on, also, I mean, further, but the roots are there. And the roots are that we bring them back simply because we need them in order for the Messiah to come back and to arrive to the end times and to the scriptures to manifest. That's it. It's not like it's Oliver Cromwell executes King Charles, and then you have, of course, later on, Oliver Cromwell will be passing on to his son, but that will briefly last, and then they will go back into the monarchy. So that was a brief experiment, but still, the Jews were reaccepted into England.
Came back in, yeah.
Yes.
So were they the funders of the British or English Civil War?
No, what happened was this, that the anticipation of Jews returning to Palestine and making it their national homeland was first held among self-identified Christian groups in the 1580s, the Puritans. They were the first ones who wanted to bring back, not the Jews. The Jews didn't even have an idea about it at that point. But then the whole thing developed with, of course, the help of Manasseh ben Israel, with the help of other Jews that were like-minded, and that was the basis of what we are calling Zionism. were these Jews probably also very rich and probably financed Cromwell? Possibly. But there is another important thing here, Michael, that the father of Sabbatai Zevi, who will declare himself Messiah, he started to work for them and became the representative in Smyrna, in Turkey. And so when Sabbatai Zevi was born, he was given by his father these ideas of the Jews going back to Israel, of a Messiah that was required to manifest this whole thing. And so he said, okay, I'm going to be that Messiah. Let me declare myself Messiah. Understand? Now, when you these days talk to the Jews about these things, not, these are very delicate matters within Judaism, because you're talking about the links that go way back hundreds of years, and these links are not always of the best kind, okay? Because for them, Manasseh ben Israel, who got them to actually go back into England, was known throughout Europe as the ambassador of the Jews. The fact that he was inspirational, though, to the first Sabbateans was then proven by the fact that people close to Oliver Cromwell, when Sabbatai Zevi finally declared himself Messiah, they immediately jumped on board. So there is historical evidence. It's not like I'm making things up here. Everything has historical evidence that I'm talking about and very credible sources. Now, at the same time, Sadler, who was the Cromwell's secretary, was so inspired by the whole thing that he created what is known as British Israelism. You know what British Israelism is? Maybe I have a book here that is actually a very historical book that I should show you. He built the belief that the English were the lost tribe of Israel. Now, this is one of these very rare books about British Israel that was very popular back in the days, you see? The Saxon race as a lost tribe of Israel.
Wow.
Now, and this is an original book from, I think, 1880. I don't have my glasses with me. Yeah, I have them. But yes, here. This book, I think, is from... because British Israelism became very popular until, of course, with DNA, with modern DNA, things got... this is like from 1889, I think. See?
Wow.
Now, and this copy, by the way, is even more rare copy because it's from the library of a very famous guy who was Alfred Korzybski, another guy, very important guy. I have my rare books, you know that I'm like very fond of my rare books. So, but British Israelism became inspirational, especially within Freemasonry. Up until still now, there is British Freemasons and Rosicrucians who believe that England is the lost tribe of Israel. This gives an extra amount of confidence. And of course, we have to understand the importance that England has in the constitution of modern Israel, because before Israel was founded, who was in charge? England. And before them, the Ottoman Empire, which they, of course, sabotaged left, right, and center in order, and it was the actual Sabbateans, the Dommeh. You see, you said that the Jacob Frank, of course, you are very right when you say Frankism was developed in Ukraine, in Austria, in Poland, in all those parts in Europe, no? But then you have the Dommeh, who became more integrated in the course of time, who were in Turkey, in Syria, in the Middle East. Now, the Jews are divided in Sephardi Jews and Ashkenazi. The Ashkenazi are prevalently European. The Sephardi Jews are prevalently Middle Eastern in nature. In fact, you see them also from the way they look. Mm-hmm. Okay? Now, when Theodor Herzl went to create the Zionist movement, which then will bring the creation of Israel later on with the Balfour Declaration and then all the rest, he found himself with a very divided people, because they were, thanks to the Sabbatean Frankists, there was an increasing number of Jews who were secularized, who didn't want to have anything to do with the Hasidic Jews or with the Sephardi Jews, who were kind of like, they would see. I mean, there were people who were highly insultive of their own people. Franz Kafka, Franz Kafka, of course, is a very important figure. He was of Jewish origin, but he himself once, Franz Kafka, everybody knows as a writer, Franz Kafka is one of the greatest, I think, in the German language, Jewish novelist born in Prague that everybody knows. But he wrote that after watching a ritual of Hasidic Jews, he wrote that these people are like primitive, tribal, they are like Africans or something like that. He said something really racist against the Jews who were still practicing Judaism in the traditional form. So there was a big divide between the more increased secularized Jews. The Illuminati had made the Jews more secularized, the ones that converted, the ones who became less and less religious, the ones that, I explained the birth of Reform Judaism, I explained the birth of liberal. I also explained the birth of the two factions that today rule Israel. Today, Israel is ruled by what used to be the labor Zionist, now it's the Democratic Party, the one that was in the hands of Ehud Barak, who brutally raped Virginia Giuffre in Little St. James, just to give you an idea. Brutally raped St. James, Virginia Giuffre in Little St. James. In that temple we saw.
Right, wow.
And then you have on the other side what is known as the more conservative forces of Judaism. But both the conservative, let me explain you this. The rabbis who understood what was happening with the Sabbatean Frankists and understood that also these political movements were in their hands, both the conservative ones as well as the leftist ones, denounced this over and over again. They said, Judaism can be only one, and it's the one that follows the Mosaic laws, the ones that, were delivered to Moses, and we respect. We respect the Torah in its traditional form. We respect Judaism the way it was given to us. Anything that comes, like that is in some way being brought out of that realm is in itself wrong for traditional Jews. Now, what happens is that there were figures like, for example, Zev Jabotinsky. Have you ever heard of this guy? Zev Jabotinsky is a very important guy within Judaism because this guy, Vladimir Zev Jabotinsky, is the guy who created the revisionist Zionist movement, which is today the father of the Likud party, which is the one of Benjamin Netanyahu. Now, the same people who created the Likud party on the right, the Sabbatean Frankists created both the right and the left. So they're all played. There is, like my friend, late friend, is no longer alive, Barry Kamish, used to say, it is the Sabbatean state of Israel. It was created that way. The guy who created it, this guy, this is the Encyclopedia of Zionism, you see?
Yep.
This guy here, who created the whole thing, was this guy here, a journalist. Theodor Herzl is considered the father of Zionism, and for this reason is considered to be, very important to the whole foundation of Israel. But what he did was to reunite, to put together those factions of ultra-religious together with the more socialist, leftist, or less religious factions. You see, he had to, like I said earlier, there was a lot of racism between Jews. That racism between Jews was then played later on by the Nazis, because when we see, for example, the typical image of the Jew with the nose, the finger, the classic guy who, like this, well, that was played by the Jews themselves. Theodor Herzl said, and this is stated in his own memoirs, that the best friends for the Jewish cause will be the anti-Semitic people, the anti-Semitic nations, the nations who persecute the Jews will be actually the best friends of the Jews in the making of Israel. He was understanding that by the persecution of the Jews will unite, and then they will be brought to Israel. And that's what happened. The Jews were persecuted in Russia, and basically in the early 1905, there was, we had earlier also other pogroms. Russia was persecution. Then you have, of course, the Holocaust. And you have, but Adolf Hitler, and that's why everything I state in my new book is from Jewish sources, so they can't come to me and say, Leo, you are an anti-Semite, because it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. I'm going to show you now a couple of documents of great importance for your audience that maybe, if I have the possibility, I want to show you here, or at least I think they are very important. Let me show you something here, very, very, very important. You have that, and now I'm going to show you, just a second, here. Now this image, and you will say, what is this image? This image might not mean anything to normal people, but this image is very important. This is Rabbi Marvin Alterman in the middle, presiding as Chief Justice of a court of 5 members from his Supreme Rabbinical Court, convened in 1976 to excommunicate Henry Kissinger as a Sabbatean Frankist.
Wow.
Henry Kissinger went to Israel and asked, the first thing he asked, you know what it was? A sandwich with pork. But that is nothing. Henry Kissinger was, as we all know, a member of what club? The Bohemian Club. And in my book, I have a whole chapter showing you the roots of the Bohemian Club in Prague and in the Sabbatean Frankist Lodge of the Asiatic Brethren, with receipts and academic sources certified. The Bohemian Club was founded by the Sabbatean Frankists.
Wow.
So this is one document one thing that I think was important, but now I want to show you another one that might be of importance. And I repeat, this is very important because people will understand things with when they see. Let me take this off here, and so let me see if I can put it. Let's go back to this. Okay. This is Lex Wexner, the guy who everybody says, how comes he gave the power of attorney to Jeffrey? How is it possible? He gave his own building, the most expensive and luxurious building in New York City, to this guy. What's behind it? Well, Lex Wexner, who later became in charge of the mega group, is a Sabbatean Frankist. That is, by the way, what you see here, another dedication to Jeffrey for his birthday. We know he liked that kind of style.
Mm-hmm.
And is the owner of the copyright of Aleister Crowley's writings, and also the secret society that has infiltrated Freemasonry to a great extent, was this gentleman here. And where was he from? He was from Vienna. And in the foundation documents of this new organization, he actually, and this is not a secret because it's in the foundation documents of this organization, he, and it's quite incredible, but he states that the ones that expired him, this guy is called Karl Kerner, is the co-founder of the Ordo Templi Orientis, okay? Just for those who don't know it. Later on, 10 years after the founding, Aleister Crowley, a few years actually after the founding, not even 10 years, Aleister Crowley got approached by Theodor Reuss, the other co-founder, who was also co-founder of the new Illuminati in Germany. He was, in his foundation documents, he said that he was basically inspired and was connected to the Asiatic Brethren, to the Frater Lucis, the Illuminati, who were the ones founded by the cousin of Jacob Frank, Moses Dobruska. Masonica that the Illuminati created there in Vienna was created by the same people who also inspired the Bohemian Club, the Asiatic Brethren, of Moses Dobruska. And Moses Dobruska, who went by various names, by the way, you can find them on Wikipedia. You can put Moses Dobruska, and you will see he has like maybe 3 or 4 names that we know of. Moses Dobruska is a very important guy. So this was the founder of the OTO, okay? While instead, another guy of great importance for our story is Moses Dobruska, because Moses Dobruska, and we can see it very easily, was related directly to Jacob Frank, and not only to Jacob Frank. Watch. Moses Dobruska. Okay. Now, you see, his mother was the first cousin of Jacob Frank, who the reincarnation of the self-proclaimed Zavadai Zevi. Then we go here, and it says, he went also by the name Julius Frey. He was one of the main activists of the lodge Knights of the St. John Evangelist of Europe. This is the name of the Asiatic Brethren. Read. So that, I mean, it's like we are not making conspiracies here. This is historical evidence. Everything is asserted by historical evidence. And the grandfather, but the thing that people don't know is that the most inspirational text for the Sabbatean Frankists, the text that inspired them in their heresies and so on, was written by the grandfather of Moses Dobruska, who was a guy called Rabbi Eshebutz. And now I'm going to show you this guy, because this guy brings us directly to the biggest controversy in Judaism, at the heart of Judaism. And here is when you have to really be careful, because the Jews, they are kind of like a little particular about their history. Okay? So, Jonathan, this guy here, okay, is particularly influential because he wrote the most influential book on Sabbatai Zevi and their practices, their heretical practices. And as you see here, it says, H. Booth was a Talmudist, Halachist, Kabbalist, first as Dayan of Prague and later as Rabbi of the Free Communities. That is a big title for the Jews, okay? But then it says here, conflict with Jacob Emden and the Emden-Ashwood controversy. You just go down here and you see the Ashkenazi issued a ban, excommunication of the Sabbateans, And he was accused of being a Sabbatean. But in my book, I also bring you the evidence, because he was the author of this book called Come This Day Unto the Fountain. And that is the most important book ever for the Sabbatean Frankists to this day. And it's not any kind of book. It's a book where basically King David goes on a mountain and he gets into an homosexual act. So it's pretty far out stuff. I mean, by Jewish standards, you are talking about King David and you're placing him on a mountain. And instead of meeting with his the official version is that King David receives a spy because his son had, waged war against him and all that. This is the history of Israel we are talking about. In the version they give, he gets in an homosexual act with this guy. I mean, it's like Aleister Crowley all over again, if you think about it. In fact, Aleister Crowley was inspired by these people. And we have the direct connections of it. And not only this one, these other connections. In my book, I talk about the mentor of Madame Blavatsky, Max Theon, another Polish Sabbatean Frankist. I talk about Ignaz Trebisch Lincoln. Have you ever heard of Ignaz Trebisch Lincoln? This is a character that you need to know about, because this guy, I find this character fascinating because people don't know anything about them, but they have made the history of mankind behind the scenes. Now, Ignaz Trebisch Lincoln, I want to show you this guy, because this guy went from being a Sabbatean Frankist, an Anglican priest, a Nazi spy, a Chinese habot, a Japanese, all in one life. Okay, and this is a typical example of a Sabbatean man of mystery, like Robert Maxwell, the father of Ghislaine Maxwell. It's not like a unique thing to Robert Maxwell or to Jeffrey Epstein. These characters existed, and not only they existed, they claim to reincarnate. So I'm going to show you now this guy, because this guy has a history. He even got elected, and he wasn't even English, to the English Parliament. Okay, this is one of the images of Trebisch Lincoln.
So this is kind of interesting because, we think about Jeffrey Epstein as being a Mossad spy and a CIA spy, and
that is secondary.
He's a Sabbatean. It sounds like they're they can transition because they're Sabbatean. They can do all. They can do it all.
What?
Like this guy.
This is a Sabbatean. What does it say there? It says Trebisch Lincoln as Chao Kung.
Chao Kung.
Yes. What the heck? And not only.
He's got a serious face on too.
What's here? The chief of Gestapo in the Far East, SS Colin Joseph urged this at the scheme received. He proclaimed himself also as the new Dalai Lama, but this was only the second part of his life. He had another part of his life in which he actually met Adolf Hitler, and he was with here in his capacity. He met Adolf Hitler, and he actually was involved in the coup that brought Hitler to power after.
Wow.
And before that, he was actually. Before that, he was in the SRIA in England. He was involved with the Bishop of Canterbury, and he was an Anglican priest in England. And not only that, you see here, Anglican Church of England. And on top of that, he was also elected in England he became a representative of the English Parliament, a liberal candidate. I mean, you can't make these things up. I mean, these people are, beyond the fact that they are evil, they are geniuses of evil. And because they're international men of mystery, spies, do everything and anything. They are everything and the contrary of everything. Habot, simply because he threatened Hitler to reveal the truth about him. And so the Japanese who were occupying that part of China, you can't threaten Hitler during the Second World War. He was very powerful. And this guy had the courage to threaten Adolf Hitler. And he was a Sabbatean Frank. And Adolf Hitler, like my book reveals, for those who don't know, and these are not my words, of course, because otherwise the Jews would say, "Ah!" Rabbi Magnet. Adolf Hitler was conceived in 1888 in a Sabbatean Frankist ritual. That's it.
Wow.
So
these guys, if you go against them, you like you talk about in your introduction. There's the latest Ghislaine, not Ghislaine, but Virginia Giuffre. So she committed suicide. We know she didn't commit suicide.
yeah, sure, she committed.
Yeah.
Okay, so everybody commits suicide. By the way, I'm alive and kicking. I'm not committing suicide. Just so you know, everybody
You
knows.
need a bodyguard, yeah, but I don't know if I could save you. So, geez.
No, the thing is this, let's say this. I have been within this world, and that's why I'm bringing you out this truth. Okay, I know how deep it goes. They know who I am and how, let's say, fearless I am. But in the end, life, it's, okay, let's make
Another
it
thing that keeps you kicking too is because you're constantly revealing. I've learned that.
Yes. Also, maybe, I have a few connections. My cousin was the bodyguard, best friend of Harry Kissinger.
Okay, there you go. You're in the family. You're good.
But let's say that what I revealed has never really gone very well for them. I mean, they are like, "Oh, what a bad boy! He should stop saying these things. Why doesn't he mind his own business?" I remember that time when, and I have a video, but I think they closed down the channel, maybe also for that video. I just got the black book of Jeffrey Epstein, and I called Prince Andrew. He answered me.
Wow. Jeez.
Right. But you see, I think one thing here is very clear from this book. Nobody can be above them. And so for this reason, we are just like 2,000 years ago. And anybody who's going to try to go about, to stop them or challenge them will be crucified. That's why I know that Donald J. Trump is not suicidal. And that's why I know that he's like, okay, let's get this thing. You're still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? Yes, we are still talking about Jeffrey Epstein, the president. But what can you do? That's how it is. We are in the year 2025. You can't just simply put this truth under the carpet and hope that it goes away.
Well, your book is definitely going to help us see this information, but like you said, no one can be above them, or no one can suppress them, because they will suppress you. So you can know them for their misdeeds and so forth, but you can't do anything about it. Sounds like.
Well, when you go through all the, like B'nai Brit, maybe we can end by talking about B'nai Brit, because I think B'nai Brit they're the founders of the Anti-Defamation League. So they are the ones who really control the narrative here, no? Mm-hmm. So B'nai Brit is something that we should maybe discuss before the end of this show, because the foundation of B'nai Brit, it's, apart from the fact that the words B'nai Brit, what does it mean? When you go through the real meaning of it, and Rabbi Anterman was very, very careful about, he said, it means Sabbatai is my illumination. Now, the B'nai Brit is the most powerful organization in Jewish Masonic organization in the world. There is no other organization like B'nai Brit. And B'nai Brit is the one that, of course, some people might fear, because they are committed to the security and continuity of the Jewish people and the state of Israel, and combating anti-Semitism. But I made it very clear here. B'nai Brit was founded by German Jews who, after the experience of the Asiatic Brethren, German Freemasonry didn't want to welcome the Jews in their lodges. There were certain lodges who in the end ended up under the obedience of the United Grand Lodge of England because they couldn't find any lodges in Germany that would let Jews in. There was a lot of racism against Jews, and this is very bad. There was a lot of anti-Semitism. So they came to New York, and in October 1843, they founded this organization. It was 12 of them, you know, a bit, I think they wanted to create something where the Jews could join and not feel left out. The problem is that all these organizations, including B'nai B'rith, and what happened with the Reform Judaism and with Liberal Judaism, is that they are basically deciding which of the Mosaic laws they can obey and which they can disregard. And I would like to remind those Jews that Moses will kick their asses from here to Mount Sinai. Either you obey them or you disregard them altogether. There is no compromise. Oh, this one, yes, this one, no. Maybe we can, you know. And when when you see like the terrible acts that were committed by these powerful people, and Jeffrey Epstein was constructed by these people, was a construct of these people. He wasn't the ultimate, supreme manipulator. He was the guy who understood the certain things. And in fact, in my book, I also explain the similarities with the Dr. Frankenstein of Mary Shelley, because he himself was involved in the creation of Sophia the robot. Sophia the robot is today, with the hands-on robotics behind it and the AI that is driven, one of the most complex robots in the world. And we have the evidence that the financing for the AI that drives Sophia was by Jeffrey Epstein.
Wow.
Jeffrey Epstein was also a scientist. Jeffrey Epstein wasn't just simply the ignorant guy who, or the manipulator or the blackmailer. Jeffrey Epstein was also a scientist, a mathematician of sorts, an expert on AI of the ultimate kind. He was a friend of Peter Thiel. And Peter Thiel comes from his family from Frankfurt, even if he's Christian, with an old link to the Sabbatean Frankists.
Thiel, Sabbatean Frankists too?
He is from a family in Frankfurt.
Wow. Okay, that explains a lot too. Wow, he's like bombshells tonight. Oh my God.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you read this book, it's one bombshell after the other. So at the end of the book, you're like, oh my God. So I hope that this book continues.
I hope I get to write another book. Yeah.
But I think that the idea is that Jeffrey Epstein was also a mad scientist. So the concept of the Frankenstein comes from the concept of the golem. And I start my book actually talking about the golem concept in Judaism, which was this creature created with these magical formulas within Judaism. You see it there. No, go back to see there on the left. That is go on the left there. That is the creation, the original creation by the rabbi in Prague, the rabbi who actually created the golem. And the golem was created in reality to defend the Jewish community. And the golem was the inspiration for then created later on the Rabbi Loew, who lived between 1512 and 1609. He created, Rabbi Judah Loew created this monster. And then, of course, on the right, you have Sophia the robot with the friend of Jeffrey Epstein, who is the guy who created the software and who is one of the maximum experts of artificial intelligence. So everything is connected here. And then you have on top of that the evolutionary dynamics of Martin Novak, another guy who went many times to Little St. James. So, so you see, I think that this book, together with the Virginia Giuffre's book, can be really an opening for something that can really bring the system to the ground if we want.
So you think her book is relevant in complements her book?
It complements absolutely my book, because that's
I'll have to get it too. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that is the testimony firsthand. She didn't give the names, but the names, like her ghostwriter said, are very easily. She had she had made some testimonies that were deposited and that you can find on Google very easily. Ehud Barak, for example, is the prime minister she talked about that violently raped her. You don't have it written on the book simply because she wanted to avoid legal challenges, but because she deposited the testimony with the FBI, I think there is no problem in going and getting those testimonies. I mean, in the end, we are all expecting these Epstein files to be revealed, but I said from the start, they will never be fully revealed. But a lot of what has already been revealed, if you start summing 1 + 1 = 2, gives you the result that you get what you want if you start searching. But of course, nobody could offer you what I offer in this book, which is a religious, cultural, anthropological background of all the characters. So you finally realize, oh, wow, this guy came from this family. This other guy comes from this family. This other guy comes from this family. What is Steven Spielberg doing with Les Wexner in a secret meeting? What are they doing behind the scenes? B'nai Brit created not only a financial lodge, created a number of lodges in Hollywood. They directed the narrative of Hollywood. The Sabbatian Frankists, as you know, which I exposed in volume 8 of my Confessions, have directed since the beginning the narrative of Hollywood. So I think that I hope, listen, Michael, I want to be very sincere. You are the only guy who is giving me the possibility of talking about my book. Up until now, very few people are having the courage to invite me on the shows.
I didn't know at first. Now I'm committed now, I guess. But no, I love your work, and I love exposing this information. Yeah, we've talked about this in some of your other work, and this is more comprehensive, obviously. It puts it all together. Wow. And we didn't really go down some of the dark roads. I kind of alluded to some of them, but it's probably better we don't go down them.
You can find them on the book. You
start to read this book, guys. You're going to see some crazy stuff. Now, somebody in the chat said that the Sophia robot looks like Virginia, and I agree. When Virginia was a little girl, was basically 12 years old, or however old she was when Jeffrey Epstein was sporting her around.
It's possible, sure.
Yeah.
Sure. The fact that after, when the robot was launched in 2016, they publicly said, it doesn't have nothing to do with it. But then, the evidence is there. He founded the AI for the actual, software for the robot. And he had announced the birth of Sophia the robot 3 years before it was announced publicly with the name Sophia. So, Hanson Robotics is also, really typical of those people who, like I said in my book, once Epstein was suddenly compromised, they soon, deflected and said, "Oh, we don't know him. We don't want to, But the truth is there. In this day and age, you can't escape the information background behind Epstein and all the links. They are there and they are proven already. And like I said, I think it's complementary to the work of Virginia, because Virginia has been a victim. And of course, she's been eliminated. And I'm convinced that she's been suicided, just like everybody else. And aside from, Jean-Luc Brunel, who gave him more than 1,000 girls, aside from Ghislaine Maxwell and himself, nobody else has been arrested. And that really explains you the power of these people. They are above the law. And it's really sad that the whole of the Western world, the judiciary, is compromised.
Wow. Stunning work, Leo. And thanks so much for coming out and revealing this. Because so many people have been stuck on this. Why? And this, you've answered it to a great extent.
Yeah, no, once the question was always reoccurring for years. And, it's always like the journalist that usually does this kind of work is always like, oh, well, but then there is the intelligence involved, there is elite people involved, and we cannot really understand what they are doing. And so, it always kind of stops. And you can't really dig deeper. And I wanted to instead reveal what is behind this whole thing, because I don't have, I'm not the New York Times journalist or the guy who has maybe a big contract, who might be scared of losing his job. I'm simply bringing out books independently, and I hope that with Cursum Perficio, with my wife, we can continue doing this and bringing out the truth in this crucial time in our history.
Oh, yeah, I totally agree. Wow.
So thank you for having me on, and God bless all your audience today. Many, I see that enjoying the show. I hope that in the coming days, the show really reaches more people possible. So it's your responsibility, guys, who are watching this show now, to share it everywhere and anywhere.
Yep, you can get it right now in Kindle or paperback. So it's definitely a good book, guys. Wow, what a great reveal. So get it on Amazon. Links down in the description box. All right, thanks, Leo. It's been amazing adventure with you over the last several years, revealing all this information. I thank you so much, and my audience thanks you. So,
and I hope I can come back here on this show in a few months and say it's a bestseller.
I hope, yeah, the two of us can, do future shows.
Absolutely. Take care. God bless you all.
God bless you too. Thanks. Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. Joined once again by Ole Demigard. He's been out there around the world, traveling Africa. Of course, he's a man of mystery, but he gets a lot of work done. So you've been looking at the JFK files, doing some great research. I see on your website, lightonconspiracies.com. It's very, very interesting. I think I'm gonna have to get that. That looks very, very, very good. You gonna talk a little bit about that?
For sure, especially now, because you might have noticed that I've been a bit quiet, at least on many shows, and the reason for that is that I found that it's so hard to trust information nowadays. I have no idea what is true and what is not true, what we're being fed. So I'm since I have people listening to what I'm saying, I just felt, whoa, I need to be absolutely sure before I'm part of spreading things that could be absolutely part of deception,
Yeah.
So very confusing now with AI and the abilities of manipulating videos and audio. And I mean, now we have access to this technology. Just imagine the forces behind these this dark agenda. How long have they had access to this? Because normally they're like 30, 40, 50 years ahead. From the inside that when it goes public, then it's been around for a while. And so I find it very interesting, exciting, scary as hell, with the possibility that AI gives us. So anyway, I've taken a step back and just I thought I was stuck here in Indonesia until we turn this world around, but instead I've been able to go to countries that are not sort of like in exactly the same grip of this agenda. And because, like we mentioned before, I face a long prison term apparently in Sweden if I return for speaking out there. between 18 and 22 years have been mentioned because I've been exposing these operations and especially criticizing NATO. So, which is what I do when I look into these dark things, because that's what I find. So anyway, so that's not a direction I go, but I was invited to South Africa. I want to tell you about that later on. But one of the things that I've done, because I've been working just nonstop with other stuff, and one of the things that I've been really digging into is these JFK files, because it's one of the biggest mysteries in the world. It's also, I would say, the overtake of one massive step forward for the powers that are still there. That day in Dallas in November '63, they took a massive step forward, and from that day when they blew the head of JFK, they moved in on so many different fronts where they took over society on a global scale with the sex, drugs, rock and roll, with the epidemic of war, just spreading all over the world in a whole new, on a whole new level. So many coups d'etats, so many leaders that have been assassinated, executed, not only in the U.S. but otherwise in the world as well. And then came 9/11, same power structure in the background, and then came Operation COVID, same power structure in the background. And so I always felt that JFK is so much more than just the death of one person and a political power taking over. It was sort of the cornerstones of this situation we are in today. So if we can expose that, we can also find the truth about so many other things that have happened. This is also why I was very happy to bring James Files on your show, because he, as the shooter of the one that fired the final headshot on JFK, he is one of the key witnesses, I would suggest, to hundreds. If you look into his background and what he knows, it's just unbelievable.
Yeah.
If his testimonial would be spread big time, it would just like blow the lid off so many things. So very happy that I could bring him on your show. Very grateful that you accepted that, and also that you have brought it to two steps forward now with Jim Scott also, where you're actually approaching Donald Trump saying, give this man amnesty. He's 83. Come on, the truth is what counts, and so that we can get it out there. So I think really interesting to see who dear Mr. Donald is. Because if he is who he says he is, I mean, if I was him, I would just welcome James Files like this and say, yep, we're draining the swamp, get it on, and give him the best treatment so that he stays healthy and can help us with the truth. So Is this the case? Now we've been told also that he, first in 2017, he released a major part of the so-called JFK files, and then now in 2025, just a few months ago, he released another 69,000 documents. So, and was hailed as a hero around the world for doing exactly that. So somebody like me, who have dedicated the last, I don't know, godforsaken 44 years or whatever, looking very deeply into the JFK assassination, that it should be Christmas Day for me. Like should just be jumping around in joy, saying, oh my God, finally, free at last. No, not that, but the truth at last. Now we will be given the real truth, because this is it. All of it has been released now. So if you look at Wikipedia, it is said that there were somewhere between 250,000 to 300,000 documents that was withheld because of different reasons. The reasons we've been told is that, for one thing, that we couldn't handle the truth. Okay. Also, that the reason they didn't want to share this information was that it would expose the identity of many CIA operatives around the world that was in active operations or had been in active operations, and that this would expose them and put them at great danger. So that I can respect. But at the same time, also, over all of these years, what I've learned from people on the inside, like James Files, is that there are no paper trails. In these big operations, there are very, very, very little paper trails. So 250,000 documents, at least they were organized and then systemized and then categorized in files. And so absolutely not. There's been no, they're completely just in a jumble, you can take, the only thing that is there are numbers. So you click on a number, it can be about James Earl's Ray's fingerprint. The next one is about some CIA operative in Bulgaria. The next one is some CIA being promoted for blah, blah, blah. The next one is some Chinese delegation being sent. So I was like, what is going on here? When you look at the Warren Commission that followed the assassination, and if I'm correct, was completely part of the assassination itself as a cover-up, as part of the cover-up, which is the classical setup. The assassination is carried out by one power structure. The investigation is there as part of the assassination, who have been funded and supported by the people that did the assassination. And then this is then followed by commission after commission that is part of the cover-up. So when did these files even get to become known? It was after the Oliver Stone movie JFK, which was released in 1991, I think, and which, if you ask me, I'm not such a great fan of Oliver Stone with other movies, but that one, oh my God, I think it is almost like a pristine piece of evidence. It is so too detailed, it's so correct. I can only say from my research, it is absolutely spot on all the way through, even though the real conspiracy behind it is even bigger. But incredible that he brought it forward in that way. Yes, I know about producers, I know about funders, I know about connections here and there and everywhere. I don't know about these things. I just know that the movie itself, unbelievably well done. So that thing, up until that movie was released and millions and millions of viewers all over the world got access to it, the JFK assassination was of interest, but not at all on the scale that it was after the movie. It just exploded globally, where people were just like blown away to the fact that apparently some very dark forces, and not this lone patsy, had carried this thing out. So a lot of pressure was put on agencies like the CIA, because there was very obvious that there was a massive, big, dirty finger of theirs involved in this whole thing. So in 1992, the President of the United States, George Herbert Walker Bush, he decided to release the first batch. And I find it highly interesting that George Bush Sr., who was actually the paymaster of one part of the assassins that was there that day, a major part of that assassination was carried out by a group called Operation 40 or Group 40. I know James Files, who was one of the first members of Group 40, he's only talking about his own involvement, Chucky Nicoletti, Johnny Rosselli, and some other people there that day. And he believes, and I completely believe that this is what he sees as the truth, that there were only two shooters, Chucky and him, that day. He also spent the whole of 1964, more or less, he can't remember anything hardly of that year, because he was put through a lot of different processes debriefing and MK Ultra methods and stuff like that, I think, to erase a lot of the memories from that day. They could very easily have gotten rid of him, but he was such a great asset for George Bush Sr. and the CIA as well as an assassin. So they decided to keep him and instead erase his memory so that he will only remember very few things about this whole thing. And then he kept quiet for all of these years. It was only because he met Jesus in high security prison, and Jesus said, "Listen, Jim, you got another task. Sorry, but get your butt out of the bed and you have to stand up for truth." Amazing, amazing. And for also that he did it for his friend Joe West, who died under mysterious circumstances, but that he had the courage, the enormous courage to stand up for truth, and which he has done from the mid-90s and onwards. And unbelievable, unbelievable. But on location that day were so many assassins. I mean, Dealey Plaza is a small little place. It was like the who's who of top assassins, mafia, CIA, also very strange elements from the Secret Service, from the Dallas police, and so on. All of them were there, like a Michael Jackson concert where all the other top musicians are there as well. Boom, here it was just like that. But anyway, in 1992, President George Herbert Walker Bush, the paymaster of Operation 40, decided to release the first batch. And he said that it will take another 25 years before we can handle the truth and the rest will be released. The reason they always put these like 30 years, very often it's 70 years. They say in 70 years, you will be given the document. The only reason for that is by then their sorry asses will be 6 foot under and they cannot be held responsible. This whole thing, national security, my butt, it's national security, their security. It's their security that they don't want us to see. So anyway, 1992, the first batch of 250,000 to 300,000 documents were released. Then in 2017, we have Donald Trump, who was draining the swamp, who said that he ordered another release of a large batch of JFK files. However, he said that for national security reasons, sorry, once again, we just can't give you all of it. I really want to, but no. So hundreds of thousands of pages were released, but it was incomplete. Then in 2021 and 2022 and 2023, President Joe Biden said, okay, fine, boom, here's another. There was like, I think there was about 14,000 records scheduled for disclosure in December 2022 and 2023. So another batch was given to us. And then in March, I think it was March 18, this year, President Donald Trump said, okay, guys, you are ready for it. You're grown-ups now. Here is the truth, nothing but the truth. And boom, there you go. So excellent. After all of these years, we have been given the truth. Amazing, amazing, amazing. And Donald Trump in global media has been pumped up as this, finally, somebody has the guts to stand up and give us this. So this should be amazing. The thing is, when you go through these documents, and when I've been taking a step back with many different interviews, I have not been sitting around playing with my belly button. I have been really doing a lot of work. And so I've gone through more or less 250,000 pages, every single one. I'm not finished yet, but I'm like 75, 80% I'm through it. I'm gonna go through all of it. And what I've done is I categorize them so that they're easy to access and understand what's actually going on. But at the same time, you also need to know what to look for, because once you get into this world, you start looking at these documents and it's like, oh my God, top secret this, and signed by J. Edgar Hoover or Richard Helms, and there's a lot of like things that they pointed out and notes, and it looks all like, whoa, this is like being in a spy movie. This is incredible. Mission Impossible, come into my life. For sure. But then after a while, when you start getting used to reading these documents, you start seeing that, okay, what is this? What is that? I don't understand. So you really need to know what to look for to see if there's anything of value. And that day in Dallas, I'm just going to list some names to look out for, because I've been focusing so many years on finding out on a street level who was there, who did what. And I know that even top researchers, we're just a handful that is really have dedicated their life to find out this thing. We are not, we don't agree ourselves among each other who was actually there, who was the shooters, how many were there. So you have to really give it to the people behind this this operation, because it's really a masterpiece of how to carry it out. I mean, still after more than 60 years, we're confused. So anyway, I am willing to put my reputation, my whole blah 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 on the findings that I have found. I've really done my utmost. I've also been invited 3 times as a speaker to Dallas. I've also become friends, very close friend with Judith Berry Baker, the mistress of Lee Harvey Oswald, who is also indirectly hired by the CIA as part of an operation in New Orleans that was there with a series of super secret laboratories where they were creating a bioweapon as a way to assassinate Fidel Castro. And in that whole operation that was under the caring hands of Dr. Mary Sherman, we had people like Altan Oshner, the Dr. Altan Oshner, who was also part of weaponizing this alleged virus SV40 that is now being found in all of the vaccines, more or less all cancer cases around the world at autopsies. This SV40, I would strongly suggest that was the thing that was created in the late 50s and early 60s is what has created this mass epidemic of cancer cases in the billions around the world. This one is a real bad boy who was distributed through vaccines to the global population. Very nasty, very nasty. But there was also people involved in that without knowing that this was going to be the cause at all. They had no idea. They were like Judith Berry Baker. She was very innocent and really thought that the monster and the enemy of the world was this individual called Fidel Castro. She had no idea that she was being manipulated and that this was going to be used in a completely different way. But you had Lee Harvey Oswald, who she fell in love with, who I think was her controller in this operation. Not that she's still to this day aware of it, but they fell in love. And it was almost like a Romeo and Juliet thing, where actually he was being prepared as the patsy without knowing it, but he found out about 5-6 months before the assassination that they were actually setting him up. And then he, instead of disappearing and putting his family at risk and Judith at risk and so on, he decided to stay and try and do everything he could to expose the thing and save Kennedy, because he was a big supporter of Kennedy. So not a patsy, not a murderer, instead absolutely heroic individual who actually sacrificed his life. But in that group in New Orleans also you had like Clay Shaw, this businessman who was very involved in Perm Index and other very dark stuff. You had Jack Ruby, you had Dave Ferry. I mean, for anyone who's interested in the JFK assassination, these names comes up all the time. But also there was this whole thing that was being set up to assassinate Fidel Castro. It went under different names. One of the names was Operation Mongoose. And a lot of weapons was being smuggled, and there were different training camps for assassins and groups and exiled Cubans to be used against Fidel Castro. But while they were doing it, while Operation Fulford was created, they started using them also in other areas, in other South American countries where they took out different leaders and with assassinations, many manipulation, blackmail, you name it. But Operation Fulford was being used, started to being used with George Bush Sr. as a paymaster, but also Dwight Eisenhower, Richard Nixon in the background. They were using it as a death tool in many, many different locations. And then it started being more and more. Also, the CIA went into bed with a mob, with Sam Giancana, Santos Traficante, Carlos Marcello, where they started using the mob also as a death tool, as a hit tool when they couldn't carry things out themselves. So there was this unholy alliance backed with big oil money, backed with money from the military-industrial complex, and then with the CIA on top, with all the different angles to that whole thing. So when you look, I just want to go through a few names that are names that I know was there in Dallas that day. Every single name has taken me years and years and years to uncover. So we have Chucky Nicoletti. He was one of the shooters. He was in the Daltex building. Next to him was Tony Izquierdo. He was the spotter. He was from very close to Operation Fulford as well, who was in the Daltex building. He is the very dark-skinned African American, or exiled Cuban, who you can see stick out his head on one of the photos right after the shots have been fired. Chucky Nicoletti was a hitman under Sam Giancana and was there that day on order from Tony Acuerdo and Giancana as part of this operation, as one of the shooters. In the same room was Johnny Rosselli, also, who was supposed to be one of the shooters. He was the liaison between the Chicago mob, Hollywood, and CIA. So he was the guy that went in between. He and a lawyer called Robert Mayhew are in the background all the time doing the fiddling around with getting these operations together. Also in the same room when the shots were fired were a guy called Eugene Braden, or he's got different names, Jim Bradley and so on. He was a mobster from LA, and he was sent that day to let these people into the Daltex building from the parking lot on the behind it, to the side of it, and let them into this room on the second floor that was owned by a mining company that, as if I'm correct, was controlled by the CIA and was being renovated at the time. At least that is what they said, so they had closed it off. So that's where they were let in that area. You had multiple shooters around the whole thing. And so if we go to the Texas School Book Depository on the 6th floor, where Lee Harvey Oswald is said to have been, there were 3 people observed up there with rifles, and some people thought, oh, Secret Service is here, but they were there to make sure that people saw them, meaning that they saw somebody was there with a rifle so that they could blame Lee Oswald. And so I don't think that there were any shots fired from that floor, because you have a big a big tree in between the 6th floor and where the limo came. You could have fired when they came down Houston Street, but nobody shot there. But anyway, if I'm correct, the 3 people up there was Eladio Del Valle, a former Batista politician and also part of the Cuban Secret Service, the secret police in Cuba, and part of this whole thing to kill Kennedy. He was part of Operation Mongoose. He's been identified to me by Cuban intelligence agency. He fits in the exact profile, and he was also murdered on the very same day as Dave Ferry, when they started cleaning up the whole area before the House Select Committee of Assassinations, when they were being called to give testimony. Then so many people died. Second guy, Herminio Diaz Garcia, a dark-skinned Cuban who was also an expert marksman. He was an assassin on a very high level. He was part of trying to take out, I think, one or two of the leaders in Central America. He was part of many, many things, and then he died officially in 1966 in a shootout in Mexico City. But then later he appeared again. And this is one of the things, the best assassins are people that don't exist, like who are dead. But what often happens is that they officially die and then they reappear under another identity, but then can be used. Just like Jim Sutton died at birth and then became James Files later in life. Anyway, the third guy up on that floor, Richard Kane. Many people think it was Mac Wallace, the head assassin of Lyndon Baines Johnson, sorry. But I truly believe that the guy was Richard Kane, who was a Chicago police officer, but strongly connected with Sam Giancana, many different CIA operations, had direct connections also to Oswald in Japan and other places. And he was the guy who was up there. He was there with Sam Giancana that day. They both stayed at the Adolphus Hotel just down the road. And I believe the Adolphus Hotel is very central in this whole thing also. I believe that's where the headquarters for this operation was. So these people also they were seen on the sixth floor of the Texas School Book Depository, but then they just disappeared because they did a very detailed investigation on how did Oswald get down from the sixth floor. And because the elevator, there was a lift there, the power was cut just 1 minute before the assassination. I think completely by design, the power was cut, so he couldn't use the lift. And there were people walking in the stair, going up and down the stairs. And they didn't pass there, according to the witnesses. So how did these three people get out of the building after leaving the rifle and the empty shells there, pointing at the Patsy Lee Oswald? I would strongly suggest that what they did was they abseiled down on the inside of the shaft, of the elevator shaft. I asked James Files if Operation 40 was trained in that, and he said yes, for sure. They even did it from coming down from helicopters, just like you see the Black Ops or SWAT teams like you, Michael. I'm sure you have been doing that as well. And that is how they got down. That's why the power was cut, so that the elevator couldn't be used. And then you see witnesses saw these three people coming out on the backside of the Texas School Book Depository, where two of them were picked up in a car, I believe was driven by David Sanchez Morales. The car was most probably Ruth Payne's car, and then taken off going down Houston Street up towards the Cabana Motor Hotel. I think that is the same car that turned around then, came back, and then picked up Lee Oswald. This is where Roger Craig, the deputy sheriff, saw him being picked up. And then what happened then after that, I'm not sure how he got to the place where he stayed. But anyway, you had Roscoe White, a Dallas police officer, who was one of the shooters, according to himself, who died. He was being killed in a fire, a set-up fire. But anyway, according to his son and according to things that was found in his possessions, I truly believe that Roscoe White was one of the shooters. But his son and other people believed that he was behind the picket fence, because that is what he said. The thing is with Dealey Plaza is that it's designed in a very unusual way. It's like a pyramid shape, and the whole layout is very Freemasonic. Also, this is the location of the very first Freemasonic lodge in Dallas. I don't think that is a coincidence that they chose this place. Also, there's already an obelisk there, and the whole thing is Dallas. When you look at the design and the towers, and so Freemasonic. But anyway, I believe that he was behind the picket fence, but on the south side of Dealey Plaza, which is identical to the north side. So many people said that no, Jimmy Files couldn't have been the shooter behind the picket fence because it was Roscoe White. I think Roscoe White was on the other side. And on that side, we had the pilot Tosh Plumlee, who's also part of Operation 40, who was flying in what he called an abort team that day. And he was right there seeing when the motorcade came down Elm Street, when a shot was fired behind him. And they even felt the gun smoke and all these things. I think what they heard and saw was the shot fired by Roscoe White. Speculation, but that's what I think. Then we have the so-called black dog or badge man. His name was Lucien Sarti. He was a hitman from the Marseille mob, who was being brought in by Carlos Marcello, the mafia boss down in New Orleans, and he was supplying this shooter for this guy. Very, very tricky individual to pin down. Very skilled, very fearless, and being used in many top-level assassinations as well. He had a black police uniform on, a black Dallas police uniform on that day. That's why he was called Black Dog or Badge Man, also because you can see the uniform. E. Howard Hunt, who is one of the architects of this assassination, pointed him out in his deathbed confession that he did to his son, St. John, who I had the great pleasure of becoming friends with as well. I've become close to quite a few of the people very close to this whole thing. Another guy on location was Frank Sturgis, or Frank Fiorini, later one of the Watergate burglars, who, according to James Files, was standing on the grassy knoll, but a bit further down to the left of him, in a green bomber jacket, but that was before the assassination. Then he just has not been seen. He's not on any photos that I can see in Dallas. People have not pointed him out, but there are some of the shooter positions where I don't know who was there, and one of them is down the storm drain, where you see there's like a manhole just to the right of the stairs coming down the grassy knoll. Somebody was down there, I believe, firing a shot at the very same second as Chucky Nicoletti hit the head. When the limo stopped, more or less stopped, Chucky Nicoletti fired one shot that threw the head, JFK's head forward a little bit. That's where James Files says that he had aimed in on JFK's right eye, but that the head was thrown forward a little bit, just a hundredth of a second before, and so James Files' shot hit here on the side of the head instead of in the eye. But when you look at, there's been different data, I don't know how to say, but there's some data experts that have gone through the whole thing of what his skull really looked like, and they say that it's very obvious that one shots come from down and from below to the right, and I think from the storm drain. When the limo stopped, all the shooters were aiming in on his head, and I believe 3 shots were fired, and this is also what made Kennedy's head just blow up, literally. So we have, I'm just going to go through. There's a lot of names, but I hope bear with me, because this is what it's taken me all of these years to identify these people. And a lot of people are very, very confused around this thing, so I hope it can be of value. Behind the picket fence, we have James Files, who had in great detail described what happened that day. Okay. He also said that why he was there, General Sheffield, Ed Lansdale came over, spoke to him. This is when you see the railroad guy that was up in the tower, the railroad tower. He saw 2 people behind the fence talking, smoking cigarettes and so on before the shooting took place. That's, if I'm correct, James Files and Edward Lansdale. Edward Lansdale is also on the photo with the 3 traps. He's the guy that are meeting them and who was identified by Fletcher Prouty, who knew him very well, and who was there that day as a coordinator of the whole thing. There were at least 3 different coordinators of the different teams. Lansdale, E. Howard Hunt, you had also Jack Ruby, as far as I know, was also one of the people that was taking care of this whole thing. Then you have when the limo came around the corner, there was the so-called umbrella man. The umbrella man was, even though it was sunny that day, was standing flapping with his umbrella, looking very odd on this sunny day, just before the shots. And many speculations have been made about, oh, was it a weapon? Was it a secret thing? Was it a sign? What was this umbrella man doing and who was he? If I'm correct, his name was Roy Hargraves, Operation 40, and his task was to just stand and show the cross point for the different shooters so that they could fire at the same time. They even had painted, made yellow markings on the sidewalk, what they call the death zone, so that the shooters would fire within the yellow markings, meaning that it could be blamed on one shooter, because you couldn't have like that the shots were coming like boom, 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 boom. Then nobody would buy that it was a one-man job. But if there was like boom, 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 something like that, when everybody was firing at the same time, they could blame it on echo in between the buildings, that no, there was only 3 shots fired, you got confused, whatever. So this was the reason, and I believe the reason he stood there with the umbrella, I'm not even sure that he knew that that was what he was doing, because it put him in a very dangerous position, but he was placed there, I believe, to mark the crossing point. Here, start shooting. And also with the umbrella high up so that it could be seen from all directions. Then the guy next to him, a dark-skinned individual who is stepping out in the street in front of the limo, like waving, but also has like a walkie-talkie in his back pocket. His name, Felipe Vidal Santiago. He was part of Operation 40 of this super secret team of assassins. And he was later under the fake identity of Charles Morgan. He was traveling around in the world recruiting assassins on locations for jobs down in Africa. And also he was in Sweden in 1985 trying to recruit assassins in Sweden for the hit of the Swedish Prime Minister Olof Palme in February of 1986. So we have another guy up on the grassy knoll when people were running up the hill, trying to get up to where they saw that somebody had fired a shot there. There was this Secret Service guy who was showing his identity and was stopping people, saying, no, go back. If I'm correct, his name was Bernard Barker. Bernard L. Barker. And he was very closely associated with Operation 40. He was a close friend of E. Howard Hunt. He was also later one of the Watergate burglars. I'm just going to go through some more names also. If you know about the JFK case, I really hope that this can be of great value to you. If you're not really well read in this area, please bear with me. There was one guy, Antonio Veciana, who was there, I think, as a coordinator that day. He was not any of the shooters or whatever, but you have to look also at the Secret Service part of it, because they were completely setting him up. And the driver, William Greer, behaved very, very odd, to say the least. Instead of stepping on it when the first shots were fired, he made the limo come to an almost or full stop, and that's where the real kill took place, and then he sped off. So very, very odd. And also there's footage of this manipulated Zapruder movie. Very, very hard to know what is real and what is not on that, because they manipulate it, especially with the background, and the car has been moved, and yeah, odd things are happening. But it looks like that he turned around, the driver turned around, was watching to see if JFK was hit or not, and that he had a gun in his right hand and fired a shot. According to William Cooper, who was this former operative who also blew the whistle on 9/11, later was killed. He went forward and said that William Greer had used a special weapon with some turquoise poison and fired a shot. It is possible. It is very possible, because the main thing that day was that JFK would not get out alive. That was it. That was it. So it is possible that he also turned around and fired this shot, because shots were coming from all over the place. How they controlled this guy, how they got these people to sit in the same car with all of these bullets coming in from different directions, I can only say possible mind control, or I don't understand. But William Greer has also a different background than most Secret Service individuals, and as far as I know, hadn't been working that long in that detail, but was sort of called in quite close to when this happened. There's another radio operator on location also. His name was Jim Hicks. You see in photos he was walking around with a walkie-talkie in his back pocket. He was later put away in a mental institution. Like many of these people, either ended up dead or put away and just shut down. We also had I mentioned these 3 tramps after the assassination. The police went over to the boxcars, and the train was stopped by Lee Bowers. And so instead of these people that were inside the boxcar that were supposed to be transported out of the location right after the shots were fired, they were taken by the Dallas police. And you will see that they're being escorted to the police station in a very casual way, like the police are not on guard. This is right after the president had been assassinated, so they should have really been like on high alert with adrenaline. All that. You see the exact opposite. And so the 3 tramps, if I'm correct again, there was the old tramp, a small guy that many people think was E. Howard Hunt, but his real name was Chauncey Holt. He was a CIA operative, a master of fakery, a forgery. He was like a really interesting individual, circus artist and pilot and you name it, and who used to work for the mob, but also for the CIA. And he was there that day to deliver the Secret Service badges and other stuff, forged stuff, for the assassination. He left that in a pickup truck in the parking lot right before that. He had no idea, according to what he said himself, that there was going to be a hit. That was not what he was. He didn't know it. And when you look at these operations, very often they're completely compartmentalized. That every single person only knows their little part, nothing else. Then we have the tall guy in the middle. His name was Charles Harrelson. He was an assassin from Texas, who in the end was put away until he died for a murder of a judge down in San Antonio, I believe. He was actually the father of Woody Harrelson. And this is quite interesting that then Oliver Stone used Woody Harrelson, of all people, for Natural Born Killers and these other things. But anyway, I'm sure it's a big tragedy for Woody to be connected like that with his father. And then the front person of these 3 tramps was a guy that went under the name of Frenchie, also Carlos Montoya, or his real name was Charles Frederick Rogers. He was also an assassin, very, very brutal guy, who I believe, if I've been correctly informed, was actually the controller or handler of James Earl Ray, the patsy to become of the Martin Luther King assassination, while he was being prepped as a patsy. He was one of the people that was doing that was Charles Frederick Rogers. He later disappeared. And when he disappeared, it was discovered that his parents had been murdered and chopped up and put in a fridge, and he is being blamed for that. In the world of the mob and the CIA, very hard to know if somebody did that to his parents and to scare him off or whatever, but he disappeared and was later, I believe, seen down in Central America, where he was working the School of Americas, which was school education for assassins, torturers, and so on. Very brutal guy. Then in the back, we also had David Sanchez Morales, as I said before, Operation 40, very, very ice-cold killer, who was on the corner of Houston and Elm Street. You can see he's parked the car on the wrong side of the road, and he's up at a telephone pole, a light post, looking at the assassination. If you zoom in on this very famous photo, you will see that's David Sanchez Morales. He was later part of going down with Felix Rodriguez and James Files to Bolivia, where they found and executed Che Guevara on the orders of George Bush Sr. and others. And he was also at the Ambassador Hotel in 1968 when RFK was assassinated. He was part of that operation, and many others. Very brutal individual. In the background of this, I would strongly suggest that David Atlee Phillips, the handler of Lee Oswald, but also the handler of Gary Marlowe, the shooter of the J.D. Tippit, and James Files. This is David Atlee Phillips, very, very central in this assassination. Also the chief of the CIA station in Mexico City. Mexico City also very central in the preparation for this setup of the patsy. You had Lyndon B. Johnson in the background, who was about to face trial. He was just about to be taken to court that day when JFK was taken out for so many counts of illegal stuff, including 8 murders that his head killer, Mac Wallace, had carried out for him. One of them being Lyndon's own sister, who was an alcoholic and who was just a big mouth, and they decided to shut her up. Another guy was William Harvey. He was a high-up CIA coordinator. He was called Wild Bill. He was in the background big time when it came to the creation of Operation 40, and also a variation of Operation 40 that went under different names. One of the names they used was Amos, A-M-A-M-A-M-O-S. Another one was ZR Rifle, the CR Rifle Project. There's also something called Operation Zipper, which is some newly found documents that shows, if they are true, if these are actual authentic documents, that shows the people that were in the top of this operation, and this is where these people appear. Alan Dulles, the head of the CIA, who is also, when you look into so much of the dark things that has happened in the world after the Second World War, he is a key person. He was fired by JFK together with Richard Bissell, the military guy, and also Cabell, General Cabell. These were fired. These were holy cows, but JFK fired them, and this really started them sort of going for JFK. And later also Alan Dulles, suddenly from being fired, he was a major part of the Warren Commission, covering the whole thing up. Then we have George Bush Sr., like I said before, as a young CIA operative, the paymaster, the guy that funneled the funds into Operation 40, and then used that team of assassins his whole career. I mean, it's unbelievable where these people have turned up. Other people like Ted Shackley in the background. Also, I believe he was on location in Dallas that day. He's the guy that is almost being arrested by the Dallas police. If you look at his face and Ted Shackley, the blonde ghost, very, very, very similar. This guy who later became the chief of the Western Hemisphere after David Atlee Phillips, the coordinator for these operations for the Western Hemisphere. I mean, these are big, big boys. He was also later in Operation Phoenix and in Vietnam, where many of them was transported to carry out the things there. And then, you have Operation Condor in South America and so on, where death is sort of the common denominator. And then, of course, sorry, am I rambling on? Go for it.
No, it's good. So you're putting a lot of pieces together. It's amazing you have, your memory is like better than most people for like decades upon decades of information. It's like incredible.
Well, I'm just saying that you need to know what to look for, because
Right.
Otherwise, there are thousands of Spanish Cuban names, there are thousands of operatives, there are thousands. So if you don't know exactly who to look for, you won't have a chance to know what. So I'm just going to go through a few more. And there was the Novo Sampol brothers, that there was one of the members, the only female member of Operation 40, her name was Marita Lawrence. She said that there were 2 cars coming from Miami loaded with guns that day, and in that car were the Novo Sampol brothers, Pedro Diaz-Lanz, another high-level exile Cubans, Frank Sturgis, and some other people that were carrying there. So the Novo Sampol brothers were in Dallas. I have not been able to identify them on location. We have Gary Hemming, also another operative who is very close to that, also present in Dallas. Orlando Bosch, who is also called Dr. Death and who carried out hundreds and hundreds of so-called terror attacks, including bombing civilian airliners and stuff during these years, and then pardoned by George Bush Sr. of all people, together with Luis Posada Carillas, another super terrorist, also under the wings of George Bush Sr. through over many years. Anyway, so these are the people to look out for, like especially like James Files. There should be loads about him. There should be loads about Chauncey Holt. There's 2 shooters I haven't pointed out, Walter Tobinski, Clyde Forshaw, very unknown names to most people. But I was thinking if I could just share screen with you just for a little second. I'm going to show one of the shooters that not a lot of people are aware of at all. So can I share screen on this one? I do not know how to do that.
Yeah, down at the bottom it says present.
Yeah, okay, got it.
Click on that and then share screen. And at the top, when you hit share screen, there'll be a window. Click on the window and click on what you want to share.
Window. Okay, boom.
You got it.
Can you see that?
Yeah.
Okay, so you had one of the first shots fired hit JFK in the throat. It was a tiny little hole, and it didn't went through the neck, meaning that it was it was not like a high-powered rifle or anything like that. That is what makes JFK throw up his hands like this. According to a witness that I have about 100 hours of recorded phone calls with, absolutely incredible memory, photographic memory, just like Judith Ferry Baker. Her name was Haley Otis, and she was the cousin of a man called Clyde Forshaw, and or a close relative to Clyde Forshaw, and his cousin Walter Tobinski. And according to her, these people have been responsible for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of murders and slaughters and all kinds of things that was connected to the CIA, but also the mob, both in the US and in China. They were like doing the wet work for so many. And she was the one that pointed out this shooter to me that for some reason, very few, I haven't seen any other JFK researcher pointing this guy out. And he's so obvious once you see him. So please look out for a guy on the grassed area. He's standing in a shooting position with a small little gun, and then a big bulletproof vest on. Who would bring a big bulletproof vest on, I ask you, on a sunny day in November? And once there's a cut in the Zapruder movie, just when the limo comes in between this Stemmons Free Highway, whatever the name was, and then he comes out. So you can't really trust how they're synchronized. But look, this guy standing only a few feet away, and once he fires the shot, he just very relaxed lets his hands drop to the side. So I'm just gonna play it to you, and you can see for yourself. There he is. Boom. Boom.
It's not playing on our end.
It's not playing.
No.
I'll try again. Let me see. Present. Share screen. Screen. Window. Can you see the slide itself?
Yes.
Oh, come on. Can you see it moving now?
No, it's not moving, unfortunately.
Okay. Anyway, unfortunately, that is maybe if I show just a static slide. Present, share screen, window, boom. Can you see that?
Yes.
Can you see the slide itself with the two photos on them?
Yeah, we see those.
Okay, so can you see my mouse here?
Yep.
Okay, so if you look at that arrow, this guy his name is Walter Tabinski. He's the guy that went to, that was taking photos of outside the embassy in Mexico City, pretending to be Oswald. You can see that in the JFK movie. They show the photos of this guy that has been identified as Lee Oswald, but it's very clearly not. And they're saying this, who is this guy in Mexico City? This is a massive, big mystery. I tell you, the mystery is solved. His name, Walter Tabinski, lives in Toronto if he's still alive. He was just like James Files. He was born into one of these programs for assassins, from a very early age, trained as an assassin from Operation Paperclip with these scientists. So you had both him, Walter Tabinski, and his cousin, Clyde Forshaw, who is the shooter between Abraham Zapruder and Batchman. There's a car that has been reversed out right next to it with his elbow on the roof of the car is Clyde Forshaw. Nobody's shooting from that side except James Files, as far as I know. But there are shooters there as backup because this is the thing. There was not supposed to be a shot fired from that direction because it completely the wrong direction. So James Files followed ordered, but really messed it up. And which is something I'm very grateful, because that was the thing that got me started, that it came from completely the wrong direction. But anyway, can you see the photos of the guy outside the embassy and where he's standing? Right after the shots have been fired, this guy very calmly walks across the street. If you look at the photo to the left, can you see that bulletproof vest?
Yeah, that's crazy.
That is not discreet. But he knew what was going. I mean, he knew that he was in the line of fire. He just very calmly walked across the street and had a bicycle there, that he took the bicycle and just took off. This is
Wow.
according to himself, bragging to Haley Otis, who, if you go to my website, there you will find all about at least 100 hours of phone calls about this thing with Jim Fetzer. She called him, and we recorded these phone calls, and it's unbelievable the detail that she has, like a photographic memory. So I very much believe her, and unfortunately, I'm not sure if she's with us anymore, because she was very, very fearful of Clyde Forshaw and Walt Stravinsky. We even went out live naming these two mass murderers because they were outside her apartment, and she was freaking out. So that time we managed to stop it, but I don't know since then. Anyway, so let's go into the files. Stop sharing that. I really recommend you, when you look at the Zapruder movie, look above the limo. Everybody's looking at JFK. Look above, and you will see, whoop, that's where one of the shooters are. So I have, like, if there is 250,000 pages, I'm not sure. These numbers keep doing like this. I don't know what is true. Like now, recently, was it 62 or 69,000 pages released? What I know is that they are in PDF format. So it's like one PDF file can be 40 pages long, one can be 3, one can be 1. So to add all of these pages together, I don't know if it ends up in 250. I just know that I've spent months going through them, like scrolling through. I'm telling you, what other geek than this one would do something like that? And this is what the people that are releasing these things are not expecting, that somebody would take the time, months, to do something like that. I think so.
Yeah, I think you're right.
So what I've done, I just did a webinar. Please go to my website, lightonconspiracies.com. I go through a lot of these things in great detail. And what I've taken, since there's no index or anything that shows anything of any kind of organization, only numbers like that, I have made many folders. And so anything that had to do with Lee Oswald in Mexico City, I put in that one. Anything that had to do with David Atlee Phillips, I put in that one. Anything that had to do with the Howard Hunt, I put in that one. It's Frank Sturgis, and so there should be, let me just see, I have the numbers here somewhere. Okay, so in total, I think there's about 12,000 folders. No, sorry, yeah, if you see the slideshow, yeah, that's the one. Please sign up there. Also, what I give you access to are all of these files, but organized. So, but in a Dropbox account, there's so many of them. So when I have been looking through these, I have, like I said, I organize anything that is connected to any of these people that I know is of interest to this. I put in these folders that you will get access to if you sign up here. But out of these 12,000, something like that, files, which is officially like 250 pages, there is about 85% at least that, if you ask me, has zero connection to the JFK assassination. We're talking like eight Bulgarian agents that has disappeared in 1953. You tell me, 1953 Bulgarian refugees, why is that so secret? All of these has been kept from us for like many of them 60 years. So you should have like a filtration of the stuff. like, no, this is just too much information. We can't give it up. Oh God, no, they're not ready for it yet. Every single one of these documents should be of high value. Am I right or am I right, Michael?
Yeah,
Please.
absolutely.
Yeah. It's like everyone should be like, oh my God. I mean, oh my God. Here we have blank pages. Many documents are there multiple times. We're talking like
Mhm.
8, 12 times the same, but with different numbers. We're talking about some documents, the copy is so bad you can't read anything. Many of them are communication between the House Select Committee where they're requiring files. We would like to see these files. Yeah, what? Why is this document there? It says nothing. It's just that we require that file. Yeah, fine. Then there are cover sheets, and in this cover sheet it says the files for Blizzard, but these are of interest, but they don't appear. Instead, we have these one. You have like agents being promoted for medals. You have like wages, this guy was in 1978. 78 was given like $243 for a bus ticket in Caracas. It's like, what? We have agents in Dar es Salaam in Tanzania. We have like from Dubai in 1970, I don't know when it was from. We have like, they have, as far as I know, maybe I'm not aware of how that could be connected to Dallas in November 63. I don't get it at all. At least 85% is just bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. Some of them, the quality is just ridiculous, and it's really tiresome for the eye because it's so hard to read. There's no connection. And then you have connections like with people that were there that day, like Frank Sturgis, Freddie Lugo, um, these shooters that I told you about, David Atlee Phillips, E. Howard Hunt, all of the. So in these ones, there are golden nuggets of especially connections. Like I'm pointing out like Roy Hargraves, the umbrella man, Felipe Vidal Santiago next to him. Another guy was Jose Perdomo, who was not there that day, but was he was one of the top assassins, one of the highest ranking officers of Operation 40, and the assassin of John Lennon. Okay, so in the same document, when they're asking for, we want this, suddenly you have like David Atlee Phillips, Roy Hargraves, Jose Perdomo, these types of whoa. How can you see it's sort of like indirect connections like this that have been okay? And then another guy that was really heavy on these operations, Rolando Masferrer, a former Cuban politician who became top assassin. He is just all over the place. And you see in these documents are connected to Johnny Rosselli. Oh, they did that. Okay, then his car was blown up just before they killed Rosselli as well and chopped him up and put him in a barrel. So there's these connections, but you need to know exactly what to look for. If not, you will drown in information. So I ask you, is this the release of the real truth, nothing but the truth, and so on? I have found zero documents that has to do with Dealey Plaza on that very day. Maybe my memory is wrong. Okay, let's say only a handful that has any connections to what any witnesses saw that day, any actual action on that day. I found zero in 250,000 pages. Come on. Is that just by mistake? Or just like with the Warren Commission, is somebody burying us with documents and then headlines? Look at us. We're releasing it. We're giving it to you. We, this temple of truth and open transparency, we are giving it to you, population, you lower level individuals who are not worthy of knowing. Now we have served it to you. We have done our incredible job. They've done fuck all. There's nothing. So what does that mean? What is that? If you can't find evidence in it, that is evidence of something else. That is evidence of a designed document terror attack on the population. Bury them in papers. That is what lawyers do as well. If you get up against these bad boys, they will just bury you in documents. This is exactly, I would suggest, what we see here. And so, am I suggesting that you should not look into this? Absolutely not. Look into it. And if you can find, since I put in all of these folders, including one called the JFK joke folder, which is where 85% of all of this, there's about 200,000 pages at least with no connection at all. I ask you, please, if you go through it, if you find anything of value that I have overlooked, send it to me and said, listen, you messed up on this one. I am very grateful. But I will reply to you saying, yes, I know that document, but that is the third or fourth copy of that document that I found. So that's why it's in the absolute junk folder there. Because if you look in that folder, you will find the copy of it. Or I made a mistake. In that case, hit me in the head with a baseball bat. I've done what I tried, but I got very tired at times. So there's one that keeps coming up, Israel. People say this connects to Israel. I mean, I am not a defender of Israel. On the contrary, Benjamin Netanyahu and people, super terrorists like that, with their fingers everywhere in dark stuff. I would really like, whoa, if I found anything. As far as I know, there's only very, very few documents. I mean, I still have like 2,000 documents to go through. So maybe there's in these documents. I can only say that I only found 2 or 3 that had direct connection with Israel. One of them, and I think that's the one that people are pointing at, saying Israel was behind it. I say, I'm sure that they were in the background, for sure, as so many other in this dark, very dark power structure, major part of it. But direct connections that is proven by documents, I've only found one, and that is with James Jesus Angleson, who was a big shot, very low-key individual, big shot in the CIA. And this is from 1953, where it says that he is head of something called special, blah, 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 special operations, something like that. Look in the folder Israel, please. I put exclamation marks on them if they are of greater value. That is the one that I marked like that. And in it, it says that he is working together with Israeli intelligence. But in the very same document, it also said that he works with intelligence agencies in France, in Italy, and sometimes with the Vatican. So for sure, but that's not direct proof, and there's nothing new under the sun when it comes to that, because anyone who's been involved in really looking into these things knows that Mossad and CIA are like sisters, or they're being, just different sides of the same coin, different name on the mob on the side. This is why it's super confusing, because like, what is what? And that's part of the design. So they're heavily invested in each other, helping each other, changing all kinds of horrible stuff. So nothing new there. But I have not found anything direct, no smoking gun saying you. Not at all. Not at all. There's in this info, I can only say of value, of real value, in this 250,000 documents, I found, I don't want to say 0, but 0.5% of any value whatsoever when it comes to solving the crime. I find that mind-blowing, because then you have to ask yourself, if any president would be interested in the truth, if I got into a position in the White House, I would be surrounded by people who knew what they were doing, also historians and people who have been looking into these things because they wanted to know the truth. Okay, I come into the White House, I take my best expert and I say, okay, listen, I want this to be released to the people, but please help me. You know what to look for. Go through the whole thing, make sure that there are no active agents and stuff that can be put in danger if we release that. But otherwise than that, this should be given to the people because that is their right. That's what they deserve. You go through it, let me know. Anyone with any knowledge of what actually went down that day would say that, but this is, what the hell is this? What 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 has Bulgarian refugees to do with anything? What is this thing about Congo? What is this thing? The only thing that has been really interesting for me is like in some of these documents, you got the code names and the real name of like Amlash, who was a very, very famous assassin who was being used officially against Castro. Now we know his real name, Amwip, JM Wave, all of these code names, QJ Win, that never before I've seen the real names of some of them. And here they are, boom, boom, boom. Thank you so much. And also how they're connected to like the assassination of Diem in Vietnam or Patrick Lumumba in Congo, how they carried them out, how they were transporting them in, paying for their plane tickets, and exactly how it was done. These things, value, JFK, zero value. And why are they labeled the JFK files if they're not connected? So once again, who were the presidents who gave it to us? Now we have dear Mr. Donald, who sort of had given it to us amazingly after only 60 years. We are now grown up and adult enough to handle this thing. So you have to ask yourself again, psychological operation or somebody who really wants to share the truth? You make up your mind. I know what I think.
Yeah, there's nothing there because the CIA basically cleans like you're talking about. Yeah, I've talked to James Files like we talked about, and I know you a couple of years ago were saying that there's these assassination teams that travel all over the world, and I was like, what is that? And now after talking with James Files and now with your reveal, just in this show alone, everybody should go, these guys have been used in corruption. We don't even know the level of terrorism that these guys did all around the world. I can tell you, I've been giving little snippets. Wow.
It's on a level that is, whew. I tell you, if James Files were given the stage,
please,
you could have like an 8-hour per day, mind-blowing exposure, like for 3 weeks straight. I think.
Easily.
When it comes to Guru, I mean, he has been involved in.
Yes.
It's unbelievable, and you say, but come on. It was his job. It was his job. He was
for
never
decades.
For decades. He was very busy, and he was trained from diaper age as an assassin. He was never given a normal education. He was prepared for this job. He was very good at it till this very day. I don't want to mess with this guy, even if he's in a wheelchair or whatever. I tell you, he can just kill you with the handle of the wheelchair, I'm sure.
Sure.
This dude is not to play around with. And he was surrounded by a handful, there are not many, of the same caliber.
Oh, yeah.
And they have been used by people in power like George Bush Sr. and other of these people that have come to power with the help of these individuals. George Bush Sr. is a massive, massive example of that. He came from a family that got into the position they were, among other ways, like his grandfather was the guy that was behind the Zimmerman telegram, the thing, this whole fake thing that got the US into the World War I. Then Prescott Bush, his father, who was also the guy that groomed Nixon and got the whole thing there, him into position together with Dwight Eisenhower. He was the guy that funneled money into the Hitler war machine with the Dulles brothers as the lawyers and ITT, IBM, all of these things into prepping the Hitler war machine. Okay, we're backing with the